Broadcasting live from the City of Champions.
And now we're world champions.
In crystal clear FM stereo.
The new stereophonic sound spectacular.
All right, now to the important stuff.
The next 4 hours are powered by the Tulip Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook.
Keep your head up now. We got a long day.
Where the action never stops.
Are you writing this down?
Now something completely different.
This is Chuck and Buck in the morning.
What's up, folks?
Why, you people are beyond human.
Let's go.
Let's get the game on. Good morning and welcome in to the radio program that is Chuck and Buck in the morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you here on this Friday, but not just any old run-of-the-mill routine Friday. It's the day after day one of the National Football League draft, and so much to can't wait to get started. Time to roll back our sleeves here on a Friday and finish out the week on a great note. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell, and we are yours for the next 4 hours. Bucky Jacobson still out, but Ashley and I, we've carried you through the entire Draftmas holiday with the utmost Draftmas spirit, and I think maybe something rubbed off on Ashley Ryan because she nailed every pick last night.
I don't know what happened. When the Seahawks picked Jadarian Price, I was like running around the living room. I'm like, yes, I did it.
I mean, you really didn't miss one in our Green Jacket draft because you smartly took Reese, because we both left you with Reese or David Bailey at number 2 to the Jets. So sometimes one accurate pick has won our Green Jacket draft for the NFL draft. So Ashley pretty much spent 2 picks to make sure she had one and then nailed her next 2. So you were really 3 for 3.
It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
But I will say, when the Jets, at pick 16, when they didn't take Omar Cooper Jr., I was like, dang it.
Yes.
I was so confident in that pick. And when they didn't take him, I was so bummed. I was like, oh, I'm not going to win now. Dang it, dang it, dang it. And then when they did take him, I was like,
yeah, that was
I
out of
should
nowhere.
be the Jets' new general manager.
Yeah. That happened so fast because toward the end of the first round, there were so many trades.
It was busy.
I watched NFL Network. I don't watch ESPN because Mike Greenberg's terrible. So I watch NFL Network. And I got some criticisms about them too, which we'll get to in a little bit. But they were so behind on who was making trades because there were so many trades at the end that all of a sudden I looked up and like, how'd the Jets get up on the board?
Yeah.
How come nobody realized that? And then before I know it, I'm writing down Omar Cooper, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, Ashley got it. After all, I actually celebrated that the Jets didn't take him earlier and took Kenyon Sadiq at 16, and now she ended up getting it right anyway.
Oh, man. Thank goodness I got my hands on that 2026 Sports Almanac.
Well, good, Biff.
Yeah. It worked out.
Well, I mean, she won our Green Jacket draft going away. There's no question about it. She even nailed the Seahawks pick, Jadarian Price.
Yeah, which I've been calling him Jadarian Price this whole time.
I think it's because of me.
Probably.
I kind of screwed that up. But Jadarian Price, we will get to in a moment and at great length throughout the course of the show here today. But I will just say, I put a lot into this. And I know that people, especially radio hosts, don't like the pats on the back. I got 9 picks right last night in my mock draft out of 32. Now, the one I officially turned in, I really only got 8, but I'm going to protest because I've been on David Bailey to the Jets at 2 this entire process. But I thought I read Jessamine and Rich, P.S., they wanted a mock draft from me.
Right.
And I don't even know if it ever got posted.
It did.
But they wanted it from me. I thought I'd read, as I was getting ready to take my nap, that the Jets had decided on Arvell Reese.
Oh, God.
But it was one of those, like, Twitter things where somebody that wasn't actually, it was just somebody spreading crap.
Yeah.
But I thought I was picking him just because I thought that was a done deal.
Right.
But David Bailey was, so I'm actually going to claim that. I got 9 out of the 32 picks last night, and that's better than Daniel Jeremiah and that is twice as good as what Mel Kiper did.
There you go.
So, you know what? We do a lot of tongue-in-cheek, a lot of goofing off during the month of Draftmas. There's no question about it, but I would like for you to know that you're actually getting some substantive analysis, and that maybe somebody knows what they're talking about. I have pulled off I'm the one that said Baker Mayfield will be taken number 1, got made fun of it for a month. I'm the person that told you 6 out of 12 quarterbacks will go in the first 12 picks. 6 quarterbacks would be taken in the first 12 picks 2 years ago. Nobody else was saying it.
I remember that.
And it happened. And I'm the person that told you Jeremiah Love a month and a half ago was going to be taken 3rd by the Arizona Cardinals. Those were my 3 of the boldest things that I've said. And I got plenty wrong. Don't get me wrong. And we're going to get into that. But I do want to take a little bit of time to pat Ashley on the back, myself on the back, because it's not just the material stuff during the holiday. It's not just about all the hype and the hoopla. There's a substantive element to celebrating Draftmas.
You can learn stuff.
And I don't want people to forget about that. It's not just commercial Draftmas.
Right?
The commercial Draftmas is run amok. At the heart of it are the draft picks, the draft analysis that we hope that we get across to you in the last month. And so I think we did pretty damn well, the two of us.
I would agree. And I would like to say thank you for the excellent Draftmas catalog. It really helped. And I'm fairly good at guessing.
Well, she did guess right on Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. As the draft was unfolding, and this is kind of interesting. I don't know if people stuck around to hear the post-draft comments from John and Mike, but there was this sort of everybody in the media horde, Seattle media horde, sort of reported that there was a bit of a subdued sort of reaction afterwards to the draft pick, which normally isn't the case.
Yeah, they're pumped.
Yeah. Usually you're like, I can't wait to talk about our new guy. And there certainly was an element of that. I know they liked Jadarian Price, and I know they wanted Jadarian Price. But there was certainly a little bit of a pall casted over it, because the Seahawks were, and they admitted it, looking to trade down. And this was this is your best pick. This is your highest pick. So this is the one where you can get the most draft capital in return for. So they were planning the entire time. And there weren't a lot of trades last night for the first half. It was like the perfect amount. I think there were 3. They were all sort of minor, nothing major. There wasn't any big, like I moved up from the bottom of the draft to the top of the draft.
It was like 2 and 3 spots that people were moving.
Right. So there was no Falcons got up to get Julio Jones or Chiefs got up to get Patrick Mahomes. There wasn't any of that went. And so it was this great balance. There were 3 trades. It was good. Most people were sticking and picking where they were, which I thought was great. And then all of a sudden, and John usually doesn't get caught off guard. He usually knows what everybody's up to. All of a sudden, right there toward the end of the draft, everybody started trading all the picks. So Buffalo traded out twice. San Francisco traded out. Houston traded up. Kansas City did stick. Miami traded twice. New England traded twice. And so here are the Seahawks that they were planning on being the team that traded out at 32, and we're
having
still
that prime spot,
hoping to get Jadarian Price if they move down and pick up a couple of extra picks. But Ty Simpson had already come off the board.
That was surprising.
So he went early. So there went the Cardinal trade partner that we were all speculating about to move up into the 32nd spot to get Simpson. And then all those other teams that John, I'm sure, did his homework on that were willing to move into the first round. And not just to get their guy, but to get their guy that they liked on the possible 5-year deal. You get to keep that first rounder. You have the option to pick him up for a 5th year. So there was some value in that. And so John, I'm sure, had his trade partner possibilities lined up, but they all traded with somebody else before he could get there. So suddenly the well had run dry. The Seahawks were sitting there at number 32. They did make their phone calls. They couldn't get another dance partner. And so they decided just to stick and pick. And they went with Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame, which I don't think anybody had a problem with, including them. They wanted him. They just wanted him and some extra stuff out of it. But they end up satisfying what we all perceived was their greatest need, with Ken Walker having left town for riches in Kansas City. And they now have a running back, which I would envision is going to be the guy for the first time in his life that's going to get the most carries on this team going forward. So for all of those that felt we got to get a running back in the first 2 days, I don't care when, but in the first 2 days, well, you got your running back. They got the best running back on the board, the consensus best running back on the board, not named Jeremiah Love. They get a guy with all the tread left on his tires because he wasn't used and abused like a lot of college running backs are. And yet they've got a guy who's 203 pounds and has never been a workhorse. So we don't know how durable he is. It's not fair to say he's not durable. We just don't know if he is durable. I mean, that's 10, 15 pounds lighter than Ken Walker entering the National Football League. And Ken Walker was a workhorse at Michigan State and at Wake Forest, I believe it was, before Michigan State. So there are durability questions, not that Jadarian Price is some fragile player that kept getting injured and sent to the sidelines, but because he's slightly underweight for a number one running back, and he's never gotten more than 15 touches in a college football game. So that's the concern with him. But other than that, everybody seems to really like this guy. I think he's got a really big upside. Hell, Rob Rang even went as far, Ashley, to say that he doesn't think there's that much separation between Love and Price. I disagree with that, but just for that to come out of the mouths of a guy who studies this thing like nobody, that's quite the statement to make. So I think it's a good pick. I think it's a solid pick. I think it was a need. I think they satisfied that need, and I think they got their favorite running back in the draft, not named Jeremiah Love. So they felt good about it. They just would have felt better about it had they got him at 39 and picked up a couple extra picks.
Yeah, because that's all the way John operates for sure. But the second that the Rams took Simpson at 13, I thought, oh, that's going to be there goes what the Seahawks wanted to do. There goes their plan, which we don't have confirmation that was their plan, was to trade with the Cardinals.
Right.
But that's what we assumed, right? Was that made the most sense.
Seemed like a possibility.
Yeah, it seemed like a possibility. And so I thought, and then I just sat there thinking, well, what direction are they going to go? Is Jadarian Price even going to be available? And as it was going and going and going, and that he wasn't, I thought we're going to get all the way there. And there's still going to be some sort of trade that's going to come around. But then, as you said, more and more trades were happening. I was like, there's no way.
It was just a flurry.
Yeah.
NFL Network couldn't keep up.
Yeah, it was crazy. And so I was glad with the way it ended up. I'm glad that we didn't try to make something out of nothing by finding some trade partner that we didn't really need or that wasn't going to work. And so going with Jadarian, sorry, that's going to be really hard for me
we got to make
to
that
swap.
transition.
I know. Going with Jadarian Price, I thought it was great. You take care of something that you really did need, and I'm excited to see what happens with him.
I mean, maybe it's not best case scenario, but it's certainly a case scenario.
Right.
I mean, I don't think things went wrong for the Seahawks last
best
night.
case scenario, you're adding draft picks and getting him.
And still getting the player. But, I mean, we did talk about this. Like, they don't want to ever acknowledge that we're drafting for need, and I don't know. Well, that's not true. I've heard John acknowledge that. So that would be a poor representation of that. But most people, we just want to follow our board. There was certainly a recognition that was a need. Otherwise, you're not taking Price at that point. And certainly, and I think this is really important to this conversation, because you could have tried to play the game and slipped down, and maybe you could have gone like not just high second round, but mid-second round and picked up some extra stuff doing that. But I really do believe that you're playing with fire at that point. I had, by the end of the draft miss process, I had kind of come to the conclusion we're either getting Price and Washington early, or we're not taking a running back until day 3.
Yeah.
Because there's such a drop-off, I felt, after Jadarian Price and Mike Washington Jr., who we talked about so much during this. And we'll never know if they valued Mike Washington Jr. next in line. We'll never know that. But if you don't stick and pick, then all of a sudden you leave yourself vulnerable overnight to somebody liking Jadarian Price more than you realized. And then they move up overnight, or they just take him in front of you, depending on where you land in the second round. And then because the drop-off occurs after Washington, you also run the risk of possibly losing him. I'm not sure where Mike Washington's going to land tonight, but I have a feeling it's not going to be before. I have a feeling he's not going to last till 64, where they're picking in the second round of the draft. So, to me, I just think it was, under the circumstances, really good business. We like the player. We have a need at running back. We don't have a lot of needs here, but we have one at running back. This is just something we can check off the list. One less thing to worry about in this offseason. And so let's just get our guy. Let's stick and pick. Let's stay and play. Let's settle and meddle. Let's pop and lock.
Yeah.
Let's sit and spin.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do. Let's just let's
do it.
Let's just go ahead and take our guy. Not worry about it overnight. Not worry about it tomorrow. And worst case scenario here, we have our favorite running back that we had access to.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, a fine pick.
Right. And you don't have to be the smartest person in the room all the time, right? You can just do the thing that makes the most sense. And in this case, it made the most sense. You don't need to overthink it. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Just make your move, pick your guy, and move on. Rather than trying to make everything even, just because it seems like with John, he could. Right? He's got so much going on in that brain that we don't understand or know. And so he could have tried to be the smartest guy in the room and, tried to pull off something here and something there and thinking like, ooh, if I do this, then this could happen and this could happen. But if the first round taught us anything, it was that was all over the board. That was crazy with all those. So I wouldn't have expected that coming into tonight, you're going to have anything that you could have pre-planned.
What is it that coaches, I guarantee you, John and Mike McDonald have had conversations with even Sam Darnold. Certainly John had him with Russell.
Yeah.
Certainly had him with Geno. And what is it that they always say? What does the quarterback color analyst in the booth in every game always say about the quarterback play? Take the profit. Can't go broke taking a profit. Don't worry about going for it on the big play or squeezing it downfield. If you'll make a good living. Take what the
defense gives you.
Take what the defense gives you. Take what the draft gives you.
Yep.
And the draft was not speaking to, you being able to throw a bomb downfield for an 80-yard touchdown pass. But Jadarian Price, to me, is, hey, that's a first down. We move the sticks.
Yeah.
It was 3rd and 6, and we got a 7-yard gain. And we moved the sticks with Jadarian Price. And to me, that take a profit, that's a good football play, both on the field and off the field.
I fully agree. But do you think we could get him to change his name to Jadarian? Because it seems this is going to be hard.
All right. Well, we are underway here. We got a lot to recap today. Do want to let you know your cash word today, Grand Slam cash word today is fun. Enter that at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000. Used in a sentence, it's not fun to remember this every hour. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
Coming on Chuck and Buck.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
Well, we've got a lot to do with the NFL draft. We're not just going to talk about what the Seahawks did. Obviously, there is a lot of stuff to break down, so we'll get into that at 6:30, what happened throughout the draft in the National Football League. I know you're interested in that as well. Day number 2, though, will start, I believe, 4 o'clock tonight. I should have checked that, but it usually does. Hawks do have 2 picks on day number 2. It'll be just rounds 2 and 3 today, and then rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. Right now, they have the 64th pick and the 96th pick. I'm sure they're going to try to move one of those to try to get an extra pick out of this draft. But you're not, as I mentioned before, going to get the same kind of return that you would have for a first-round pick, and that should be obvious to everyone. So we'll see. Maybe they'll stick and pick again.
Or stay and play.
Or settle and meddle. Who knows? Maybe they'll pop and lock at 64 and at 96. Of course, day number 3, we'll have our head coach present at day number 3. It sounds like Mike McDonald's going to work Saturday.
Oh, he is.
Right.
Well, that's good to be there for all of the parts of the draft, right? Most coaches would do that.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. And if I could just give him any advice, Mike McDonald, not that he needs it. He's the best coach arguably in the world right now. But just stay away from Diana Rossini.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
please.
Just sever all
If she
ties.
tries to give you any advice too on how to handle messy things, don't listen to that. 'Cause she's not good at that.
No, she's
pretty terrible at it.
She's a liar.
Yeah, she is.
So Mike Vrabel's not going to be participating Saturday. This is what everybody is talking about.
Everybody.
I mean, we haven't talked about it a lot because, in my opinion, with the draft and the Mariners and NBA playoffs and Stanley Cup playoffs and Kraken deciding that we're going to send the message that we're turning over every stone, we can't even get to that topic. So to try to make enough room to satisfy the people that can't get enough of Vrabel and Rossini, it is impossible.
Yeah.
But if I was basing this show today on what I see on social media, all we'd talk about today is Vrabel and Rossini.
Well, because it seems that every day it just gets worse.
Unbelievable what this story has become. Mike Vrabel has all but confessed to the crimes of an extramarital affair with Diana Rossini, who still hasn't admitted to it.
But she did deactivate her Twitter account.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And from a football perspective, he's just not going to be around on Saturday. He's going to start marriage counseling Saturday.
He's going to be there for his family.
Yes.
Starting now.
Right. The most important people in his life. Whew.
It's about time he decided to be there for them.
6-year affair kind of feels to me like Diana Rossini's the most important person in your life.
Sure seem like
so
that.
why don't you be there for her? Or is the counseling with Diana Rossini? He never did clearly clarify that.
True.
Mariners will be in St. Louis tonight. First pitch 5:15 to take on the Cardinals. George Kirby versus Andre Pallant. We've got the pitching advantage there. NBA playoffs. It was the night of the underdog last night. The Atlanta Hawks are up on the Knicks 2-1. Please, Hawks, win that series. I want to see the complete meltdown by Knicks fans, and that will be a complete meltdown. The Minnesota Timberwolves, Jaden McDaniels may be on to something. The Nuggets can't defend, and last night the Wolves just took it to the Nuggets.
Even without Anthony Edwards for a good portion of that fourth quarter.
Wolves are up 2-1 now in the series, and Toronto won last night as well, 126-104 over Cleveland, so they win their first game of the series. Cleveland still up 2-1. Tonight, Boston at Philly, Lakers at Houston, San Antonio at Portland. Wembanyama did make the trip despite the concussion that he suffered in game number 2, which gives him a chance to play tonight, so we shall see. Stanley Cup playoffs, Buffalo, Carolina, and Colorado were all winners last night. Carolina and Colorado are both up 3-0, but those have been tight games. Carolina, I mean, I feel bad for Ottawa. They've played Carolina toe-to-toe and yet don't have a win to show for it. And then tonight it will be Edmonton and Anaheim, Vegas and Utah, first home playoff game ever in Utah franchise history, and Tampa Bay at Montreal. All right, coming up next, the National Football League draft last night. We certainly will talk more about Jadarian Price later with our experts, but there was a whole draft to break down, including some fantastic drama inside the NFC West that I can't wait to talk about. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
And as 320,000 people in attendance reacted and millions watching at home reacted with, wow. There was one guy that reacted with, damn it, son of a gun. And it turns out it was Sean McVay. Can't wait to tell you this story here in a moment.
Oh, my.
It's Chuck and Ashley with you. Day number 1 is in the books for the NFL draft, and it was great. I mean, it was glorious. I mean, really good balance to the night. A lot of trades took place, but not too many early that kind of threw it all off. I thought there was a nice rhythm to it all. They cut it down to 8 minutes, the time between picks this year, and yet
It still took the same amount of time.
took
if
the
not
exact
longer.
same amount of time because they just kind of stockpiled them rather than move on.
Yeah,
So
it was
we were
weird.
at one point they were like 3 picks ahead, which we'll talk more about in a moment. But there's some other things to discuss, including Jadarian Price. Ashley and I have already discussed Jadarian for 15 minutes this morning, and we'll continue to do that throughout the show today. We'll hear from Greg Bell at 7:05, Rob Rang at 8:30, and Hugh Millan from 9 to 9:40 here today. But I do want to take some time to talk about the rest of the draft. The number 1 pick, Fernando Mendoza. It was weird that Las Vegas took almost the entire time on the clock. I mean, they've had months. Like, you don't need 15 more minutes with your logo being shown on the television. It's just strange. And then he's just a little bit of strange. He's just an odd little character. I root for him. I hope he ends up being a great leader of men. I know he was a great leader of young men. I know at Indiana they love him.
Yeah.
And I know at Cal they love him. Even though they all admit he's a little goofy. But we'll see. We'll see how it's going to impact 32-year-old millionaires. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. It's the one question I have about Mendoza. I mean, he obviously got some coaching on public speaking. And so now he just gives really short, smiley answers and then smiles and says, God bless at the end.
Yeah. Which maybe he's just not a good public speaker and he's just an awesome teammate and the most supportive human ever. And people are going to love him that way. And I mean, I will say there are certain aspects of him that remind me a lot of Russell Wilson when he came into the NFL because he was such a goofy nerd, right? I mean, wearing his Hawaiian shirts and he just kind of stood out like a sore thumb, but people liked him then.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't until he decided that
he was too cool for the room.
He was too cool that all of a sudden
he got talked into that too.
That all these problems happened. Yeah. But it doesn't seem like Fernando Mendoza has the same kind of
ego.
Yeah, well, that and he's not going to be talked into things from other people. He seems comfortable in who he is, at least.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I root for him. I mean, this might be the greatest student of the game that we've seen since Peyton Manning, and maybe even more so. I mean, he's like memorized all of Las Vegas's playbook, all of Raiders history. Like, that's the impression that he's made on people. So he's going to work, and he's tough as nails, and he's really good, too. So I hope it works out for him. Maybe not the Raiders, but I hope it works out for him.
Exactly.
At the number 2 pick, David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech. Again, I thought there was some smoke thrown at the end, and it threw me off, but it sounds like the Jets never really did consider anybody else, and I do think this is the right choice. I mean, the one thing that was not discussed, there were 4 Ohio State players taken in the first 11 picks last night, 3 defensive players. That was just a phenomenal defense. And I think one thing that doesn't get discussed enough, I mean, we always talk about during the college season, quarterbacks being products of the system. You know, we don't talk about it on defense hardly at all. And we also don't give credit to the guy that actually was great and wasn't surrounded by all that talent. And don't get me wrong, Texas Tech was a playoff team. They were surrounded by talent. But how do we know that Ohio State wasn't, all those individual players didn't look better than they are because of the sum of the parts. Where David Bailey, I watched a few games of David Bailey, and yeah, he's got Lee Hunter and he's got Jacob Rodriguez. He had talent around him, but I watched him in their biggest games just dominate teams. And so to me, he is a plug-and-play, step in, day number one, probably going to be a double-digit sack guy his very first year in the National Football League, so I thought it was the right choice. I'm going to defend the Arizona choice, too, even though a lot of people are slamming it. I mean, the running back debate of you don't take a running back this high, not in today's game, it falls flat because he's not just a running back.
Right.
You do take somebody that is going to get you 1,300 yards rushing and 900 more yards receiving.
Yeah.
You know, somebody that impacts both phases of your offense. You're damn straight. That's a receiver and a running back in one. You don't think Christian McCaffrey was worth his pick in the draft? You don't think Bijan Robinson was worth his pick in the draft? Adrian Peterson, Saquon Barkley weren't worth their pick in the draft. He's in that group, and I think he's worth that pick in the draft.
When you mentioned Christian McCaffrey and yesterday, that alone right there, I was like, yep, that whatever pick you get him at, if you can get Christian McCaffrey, you take him.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no problem with them doing it.
Yeah.
Yes, they had other needs, but again, they're also trying to please a fan base who's probably a little frustrated with them, and that's a good way to do it.
Oh, and they did. Whenever they floated out there, and it sounds like it was the owner that wanted him, even though they were trying to play it off like the general manager didn't really want him. Well, they looked really happy last night.
I bet.
They looked ecstatic last night. But as soon as they kind of floated it out there and they got their fan base on, the entire city of Phoenix is like obsessed.
Oh, I'm sure.
Became obsessed with the idea of Love being on the team. And then there was really no pulling it back. Then if they announce anybody else last night, they're going to just crush their fan base. Instead, they exhilarated them.
Yes.
And I think Jeremiah Love is going to be fantastic. And that's not great news for Seahawks fans because we have to face them twice a year going forward. The first wow pick was the fourth pick, Carnell Tate to Tennessee. Didn't see that coming. And as much as I like Carnell Tate, and I've professed that, I mean, hell, he was on my college Big Ten fantasy team that we did. I think he's great. But I didn't expect that he would be the first Ohio State Buckeye off the board, and yet he was fourth overall to Tennessee. So that was the first wow moment.
So people weren't worried about the 40 is what you're saying.
I think that's pretty clear at this point, yes. But the biggest wow moment was certainly the Ty Simpson pick at number 13 to the Los Angeles Rams, and it was wow enough. But if you didn't stick around, like, if, you know, wife thinks I'm already goofy enough that I've been watching, you know, players get picked for 4 hours here.
Yeah.
I can't watch the post-game wrap-up as well. Well, I do this for a living. I did watch the post wrap-up. So what you might not be privy to is the videos that are going on out there showing the press conference afterwards with Les Snead, the Rams GM, and Sean McVay, the head coach. And it is so obvious that Sean McVay's not only not on board with this pick, that he hates the pick.
Oh, man.
That he's pissed at Snead for making it, even to the point where when Snead called Simpson to tell him, McVay wasn't even in the room.
Ooh.
They had to call McVay in the room, and then McVay gets on the phone, and then, because it's Ty's moment, he puts the smile on, says, congratulations, and looking forward to working with you, which I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
But he spent the rest of the evening pissed off. And he spent the rest of the evening making sure everybody knew this is Matt Stafford's team for as long as he wants it to be his team, and Stetson Bennett is our backup.
Yeah.
So he announced right there in front of Les Snead that you just drafted a third-string quarterback with the 13th overall pick. We are this close to being the best team in the National Football League. We got to chase down the Seahawks. We had the 13th pick in the draft, which we weren't supposed to have. We kind of lucked into that. And now you're not going to give me a piece that helps me be better than the Seahawks for the next 2 to 3 years? Are you out of your flipping mind?
You're going to give me someone that might play in 4 years, 3 years?
And he won't even be around by then. Because you saw last night there is a divide between those two guys. I'm here for it. I'm
Me
here
too.
for the drama.
Oh, yes.
It was fantastic. And I can't wait to talk more about it a little bit later on in the show. But trust me.
They're getting ripped apart today for the pick, too.
There is no getting around it. Les Snead went out on his own. It's feeling very much like he personally made the decision
Yeah,
because
he personally knows him.
he told the Simpson family, who he knows, that your son's definitely a first rounder. And then the process played out and nobody was wanting to take him in the first round. And Snead, it's as if he took Simpson because he told the Simpson family, your son should leave college and enter the draft because he's definitely a first rounder. And no one else saw him that way. And so he gave up the 30th pick in the draft, which he had, to get McDuffie. And so he only had the 13th. And it's as if Snead was just trying to keep his word to the Simpson family. So he took Simpson 13 overall. And Sean McVay didn't want any part of it.
I don't blame him.
And it is awesome.
Yes. Get out the popcorn.
All right. Coming up next, we'll hear from Jadarian Price on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines coming your way at 7 o'clock. Greg Bell at 7:05. His thoughts on Jadarian Price. The Seahawks, they stuck and picked.
Man,
Doesn't sound the same way when you do it past
he's
tense.
stuck and pucked.
He sticked and picked. They sticked and picked.
Stuck and pucked.
Stuck and pucked. A stick and pick move by John Schneider last night at 32, taking the Notre Dame running back Jadarian Price. We'll get Greg's reaction to that at 7:05 here this morning. And, of course, Hugh Millan will be joining us in studio at 9 o'clock today. Rob Rang at 8:30. So we're bringing in all of our football Seahawk draft experts here today to talk about what happened last night. We're not talking about a trade down, that's for sure. Our next person we're going to hear from is not Trade Down McGee. This is Jadarian Price, who last night got introduced over the phone to the Seattle media horde for the very first time, and then got picked apart by Greg Bell and company, asking him all sorts of invasive questions. But I figured you'd want to hear what Jadarian Price sounds like the morning after he was drafted by the Seahawks. So here's Jadarian.
You hear a lot of things, and being the person I am, I try not to listen to all the noise and the media and NFL Network and everything. But I knew that Seattle was pretty interested in me, and they knew the type of player I was, what I bring for the program, and I didn't know what exactly was going to happen, but I'm so blessed to be in this position and be picked by the Seattle Seahawks.
What made you believe the Seahawks were interested? What was it about you or your fit or your mesh with them when you talked to them?
Yeah, me and the running back coach, Coach Hammock, we had a couple good conversations, one at the Combine and then one Zoom where we were just talking about 45 minutes. And, just straight ball and then getting to know each other. And it just felt like it was going to be a good fit for me.
In this case, the price is right, bitch.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Thank you for saying it.
Jadarian Price is the selection, and came across really well. That is nothing surprising for myself, for Greg Bell. He and I have discussed this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. There has definitely been a lean in this organization toward they want character guys, and that's not the case in every NFL front office. Philadelphia Eagles won a world championship this way, but they drafted the biggest turd in the draft last night. And I'm not surprised because they like collecting turds in Philadelphia. But the
Wonder
Seahawks,
how he'll get along with Jalen Hurts.
The Seahawks have approached it a completely different way here the last 2 or 3 years, and obviously it's worked out swimmingly. And there's another one. Not only, he's, one of those yes, sir, thank you, ma'am kind of guys based on what you just heard right there. Great student, kind of have to be to go to Notre Dame. Also, somebody that was loyal. He was a backup in the NIL era, in the transfer portal era. The entire time he was okay, which maybe that's a little bit of a red flag to somebody. I don't know. But not to the Seahawks, that he was like, I'm backing up the best running back in the country. I'm going to get my touches. And guess what? When I get to the National Football League, all the treads beautifully going to still be on my tires. And so they like that about him. And it's one of the things that they greatly factor into their draft picks now, which they weren't doing for a while. Let's face it. But Jadarian Price seems to check that box as well. We're going to talk more about Price with Greg Bell coming up here at 7:05. Also, we got your headlines next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
was weird. I thought we were going back for sure. And then things just went like, no. So I think everybody must have been hyper-focused there with, like, Rutledge, Chris Johnson, Falk, I forget who else written there. Sorry, it just happened.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. I know he didn't want it to come across that way, but it kind of came across that he was disappointed. I know he didn't want it to come across that way.
Yeah.
But obviously the objective was to get Jadarian Price and some extra picks, but they ran out of trade partners, dance partners last night because of the flurry of trades that happened for him. All the people that I'm sure weeks of talking to over the phone to trying to gauge who wants to come up into the first round to draft somebody, all of those teams, it feels like, got up ahead of them. Like, we don't want to wait around for 32 and get ahead. So they all moved up ahead of them. I mean, there were 3 trades. 3 hours went by. There were 3 trades. And there were significant trades, but nothing like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they moved all the way up from 22 kind of trades. They were all just a couple of spots. And I thought it was the perfect balance. I really do. I like trades, but if you have too many, now it starts to get a little convoluted.
Well, yeah, it's too hard to follow.
And I kind of like sticking picks too. But then again, I'm a draft crazed lunatic.
A little bit.
But then right before, as they're getting ready to really own in on who they might take or who they might trade with, bang, 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 bang. There were 6 trades.
Yeah.
6 trades in the span of 4 picks.
And it was hard to follow.
There were 2 teams that traded twice.
Yeah.
So, they kind of pulled the rug out from underneath Trader John last night, and he ended up doing what none of us expected, sticking and picking. Mm-hmm. And he took Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame, which I think is making the 12s very happy right now. And so, why not? Get something of need, get something of value, and why mess around? If you're trying to get a running back and it's not a great crop of running backs, getting somebody you like, filling what looked to be your biggest need, I think a lot of people are okay with it.
Yes.
Maybe it would have been better to have him and some extra picks as well. Yeah, there was a better case scenario for John Schneider and the Seahawks, but I think it's just fine.
Sure, yeah. If it was going to go perfectly, yes, but.
Yeah, it was a great night. I just thought it was a really good balance, and I don't get the people like, it's a down year for the draft. It's never a down year for the draft. I don't care if it's not the loaded talent class like we've seen in the past. We're still going to have 32 dreams come true. Mm-hmm. We're still going to have raw emotions being spilled. We're still going to have families celebrating, which is good for the heart. You're still going to have a couple of those turds that are pissed off that they didn't go where they should, which can't wait to rip them apart later on in the show. And you're still going to have the trade drama and the I can't believe they went there and whoa, that was a reach. You're still going to have all of that. That's what the draft's all about.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's an up year or a down year. It's still all going to be there.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it does not matter at all from a football fan, draft fan standpoint, how if it's a year rich with talent or a little off. Maybe it is a little off. That was a hell of a first round. So anyway, welcome to the show. It's Chuck and Ashley today. We're reacting to day number 1 of the draft. We're getting you ready for day number 2, which will start tonight at 4 o'clock. It'll be rounds 2 and 3. Seahawks picking at 64 and 96 right now. Maybe John Schneider will still try to move one of those picks to try to pick up something else in this draft. As of now, they still only have their 4 selections. We'll talk more about that with Greg Bell here in a moment. Mike Vrabel's not going to draft. He's not going to be part of the ceremonies tomorrow for the New England Patriots. He's going to be working on his family on the 3rd day of the draft. Interesting. The Vrabel-Rossini story just continues to get larger and larger and larger and more convoluted. So maybe we'll have some time to talk about it later. Maybe not. Mariners back in action after a day off. They're in St. Louis taking on the Cardinals. Not the atmosphere that you used to have in St. Louis. Those fans are pissed off in St. Louis, and they're never pissed off in St. Louis. But they don't fill up the seats like they used to. And yet it'll be a fun environment. and a chance for the Mariners to continue to prove that maybe they did get back on track. George Kirby gets the start against Andre Pallant. That's your pitching matchup. First pitch at 5:15. NBA playoffs, all underdogs won. Atlanta's up 2-1 on the Knicks. Timberwolves up 2-1 on Denver. Toronto won last night, so they got back in the series. They still trailed Cleveland 2-1. Boston at Philly tonight, Lakers at Houston, and San Antonio at Portland. Victor Wembanyama did make the flight to San Antonio, so maybe he will suit up tonight for the Spurs despite the concussion he suffered in game number 2. Stanley Cup playoffs, Buffalo, Carolina, Colorado, all winners last night. Tonight, Tampa Bay at Montreal, Edmonton at Anaheim, and Las Vegas at Utah. They're hosting their first Stanley Cup playoff game in franchise history. Let's talk with Greg.
When the bell tolls, it must be 7 o'clock. And time for 12th Man News with Greg Bell. Brought to you by Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. Crisp, sparkling, with bright fruit flavors to make every toast shine. Game day bubbles? Only with Coppola Diamond Prosecco. Now with 12th Man News. Here's Greg Bell with Chuck and Buck.
By the way, your cash word today is media, MEDIA. Enter that at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000. I think it's media. Did I read it
no,
right?
That's just a random word to use for the cash contest.
Yeah, it's media.
We're like trying to branch out from brand, cash.
I think they are. I think they've heard a lot of criticism about that. Used in a sentence, Greg Bell and Chuck Powell have spent a combined 70 years in the media, and we didn't think that we would be reduced to having to give cash keywords every hour of our careers.
And yet here you are.
And yet here we are. Greg Bell now joins us on the program. Did you have a good night last night?
Yeah, I did. It wasn't as long as some draft nights. Although we waited a long time, and then when it happened, it was done and out the door. Yeah, it's pretty quick.
You know, it's coming across like John and Mike were a little subdued in their post-round comments yesterday, and almost like they were disappointed. So I want to start the conversation by talking about Jadarian Price, the player, because I don't think they're disappointed in having Jadarian Price. And I think we should clear that up.
They aren't. It's a value proposition, and what they were trying to get better value by trading back and still getting him. They could have drafted Price in the second round, maybe as far as 7-10 picks back in the second round, and they tried, and they wanted to, and they thought they had a deal. John Schneider said, I really thought we were moving back. But what happened was there were 8 trades all in the first round last night. 6 of them happened right under the Seahawks' nose, right in front of them.
Yeah.
From 20 to 31, 6 trades. The San Francisco 49ers, I don't think it was their first intent, but they didn't do the Seahawks any favors. They pretty much screwed over their rivals by trading down twice right in front of them. The second time, they traded down with the Jets, and the Jets jumped from 33 to 31 right in front of the Seahawks. And there went the Seahawks' last chance to have someone trade into the second round. So John Schneider ran out of trading partners. There weren't any teams that wanted to trade up anymore by the time the Seahawks picked, and that's why they picked Price where they did. Then it became a proposition of, well, we don't without trading down, they didn't have a pick higher than 64, the last pick of round 2 today. And the proposition became, can we get Price at 64, and that became too risky of a proposition for them to take on.
Right.
They may have been able to, but they also could have lost him. And they are willing to trade up. They don't want to. So far, it appears they don't want to get into their stash of 12 picks in a much stronger draft next year. So that's why they took Jadarian Price. I got to get that right.
Yeah.
It's R.
Yeah.
Jadarian Price, where they did. But I think they wanted to do it late. I know they want to do it later with more picks in this year's draft to boot.
Yeah, and I want to spend more time on Price, but since we're discussing this, I mean, with the 2 picks today, do you think that they stick and pick at 64 and 96 since the value won't be the same in a trade down, or do you believe he's bound and determined to get at least one more pick somewhere in this draft?
Well, now it becomes harder because if you trade down this bottom pick of the second round or the bottom pick of the third round, you're talking maybe a 6th or 7th round pick instead of a 4th.
Right.
And so that's I think they're going to stay put. I think they're going to have it appears 4 picks in this draft, and it won't because they didn't try.
Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider, of course, on the beat last night for the News Tribune. You can check out his draft recap of day number 1, round number 1 of the draft at newstribune.com. And, of course, follow him. You should be anyway at GBellSeattle there on X, if, in fact, you are an X subscriber with us. He's here at 7:05 to talk as our Seahawks insider. All right, so let's talk about Price. I mean, did they draft RB1 last night? Is that the way that you see it at this stage, or somebody that's going to have to earn that?
Well, of course he'll have to earn it, but yes, they did draft him with the intention of him starting not just this year, but eventually. And it's now a hedge against the recovery of Zach Charbonnet. If Charbonnet comes back, even if it's in October or November, if he comes back looking like he was, it's a big if, reconstructive knee surgery, 8, 9, 10 months out. But if he looks like he was before, then they could possibly re-sign him. And no team will know him, and he won't know any other team and wouldn't want to go anywhere else than Seattle. And then you have a two-headed consortium of dual job share backs like you did this past season. That worked out pretty well for the Seahawks offense. So, yeah, you don't take a guy in the first round, or if you had traded back with your first pick, and don't think he's the integral piece for 3-4 years down the road. I would be very surprised if he wasn't a 10, 12, 15 carry back this very first year.
Is it as simple as he's Walker, in the interim, Emmanuel Wilson is Charbonnet until he's healthy, and then Helani is third down back? I mean, is that the way the depth chart kind of looks in your eyes?
I'm not sure, because I haven't seen myself Emmanuel Wilson in this offense, and I think Wilson is going to have to earn his place among some incumbents. And Kenny McIntosh is still in their plans. We'll see, but they have yet to see why they drafted McIntosh in the 7th round 3 years ago, because of all the injuries he's had. That knee injury, McIntosh, was in July, early in training camp. So 12 months, that's a different proposition than Charbonnet. His 12-month window for recovery will end with the start of training camp. He may not be on the field for the start of it, ramping up, pup-less probably, but he'll be months ahead of Charbonnet. So they'll have months to know whether he can be the guy, or at least a guy. But they're going to go multiple. Helani impressed them late last season in the playoffs, the NFC title game especially, and he will get a long look as well. He's a great third down back because of his pass blocking. Price last night admitted that he's going to do more pass catching, and the Seahawks have already talked about that. The Seahawks, Mike McDonald said, the new running back coach, Thomas Hammock, is already talking about ball security with Price, who had 4 fumbles at Notre Dame last couple of years and limited carries. He only had 280 snaps in college over his time there, but he stayed a backup to Jeremiah Love the entire time at Notre Dame. He spoke about last night staying at Notre Dame and how he wanted to be there and take on the challenge of being the backup to the best player in the country, as he put it. And Mike McDonald said that ran big with the Seahawks. The fact his loyalty, and we talked about this, the loyalty, the stick-to-itness, the determination of, I'm not going to go chase a money bag and transfer somewhere to get playing time. I'm going to stay here. And McDonald said that had a real factor in the Seahawks wanting him to add to their culture in the locker room. But the football-wise, 203 pounds is what he weighed at the combine. He said that was light. He said he was nervous in training a lot, and he was about 7 pounds lighter than he played at Notre Dame last year, and he wants to be about 210. McDonald said the same thing, that scouts found him lighter at the combine than they scouted him at Notre Dame. He can be a kick returner, and McDonald said he will get a chance to do that. Of course, Rashid Shaheed's going to get paid $17 million to be the Pro Bowl kick returner of this team as well. But suffice to say that there are a couple roles: pass catching, kick returning, running the ball. And the main thing for Price that attracted him to Seattle for the coach's staff was outside zone. He's a one-cut, decisive up-the-field guy. He says outside zone is his bread and butter. That's exactly now what Seattle is based upon.
Mm-hmm.
They thought he was the running back to fit that system.
Well, I know you love your human interest elements of this draft weekend. You didn't get a lot of time with Jadarian Price last night, but you shared a phone call with the rest of your Seattle media horde mates. And so what did you come away with? What about him personally stood out to you?
Well, you could hear in his voice when John Schneider called that he immediately broke down crying. He had his family, his high school teammates in Denison, Texas with him. And his mother is hugely instrumental in his life. His mother's a single mom, had him when she was 17 years old. And then the father left the picture soon after that. And then when Price was 12 years old with young sisters, 10 and 6 years old, Price's mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. And while grandfathers and uncles took his mom to 16 rounds of chemotherapy, the 12-year-old Jadarian Price took care of his younger sisters, cooked for him, tended to him while a middle schooler and going into high school. That is unusual. And Mike McDonald talked about that. I asked him specifically about that. And he said, when you get through that, it changes a person and it resonates. And it tells you a lot about the man. And he grew up fast. And then when I asked Price about it, he said, my mom's my everything. He said she's his rock. And she has inspired him that if I think it's a bad day or I'm not getting the carries the reps I thought I was going to get at Notre Dame, that isn't even close remotely to a bad day compared to what I watched my mom go through when I wasn't even in high school yet. And that's the kind of things that the Seahawks, they really dive into. I talk about the culture, how the trick for this draft is to get guys to fit into what Mike McDonald wants personality and makeup-wise in the locker room. And Jadarian Price has that. I posted the story at thenewstribune.com this morning specifically about his mother and the inspiration that she is. And, there's a pretty good chance that Jadarian Price's mom is going to be at Lehman Field on September 9th for that first game.
All right. We still got 6 rounds to go. Obviously, they're on the clock for 2 picks tonight, 64th and 96. What do we expect? We've checked the running back box. What else gets checked this evening?
Yeah, I think cornerback, edge rusher are the next 2 priorities, and depth on the offensive, defensive lines. I still like Brandon Cece. The way the cornerbacks have fallen down, and only one top one in the first, I think it was the entire first round, only one of the top corners have gone down. Colton Hood is still out there. Jermod McCoy, with the knee injury concerns, had him drop. He's a top 12 talent, most people think. So the corners are going to keep pushing down, I think, which lends them to Brandon Cece from South Carolina at or around 64. They'd feel pretty happy, I think, if it comes to that. Look for them to go defensive tackle, offensive guard, eventually to backfill those interior line of scrimmage positions. The edge rushers, he just can't get enough of those guys. And this draft is really deep in them. I would expect that to be in play as well. Again, the trade thing, really tough where they are at the bottom of each of those rounds.
Yeah. By the way, do you want to interview Ashley for nailing the NFL draft in our little draft that we did yesterday at 9 o'clock?
Do you have any questions?
You got any questions for her? She goes through. Well, she was 3 for 4, but really 3 for 3 because of her gameplay. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. She had the twofer going.
Yeah, she had the twofer going, and then she got Omar Cooper to the Jets, and she nailed Jadarian Price to the Seahawks. So anyway, she's available for interviews for the News Tribune if you want to do
that. Ashley, if you wear a Christmas tree, you probably deserve all the credit and all the praise you can possibly get.
Thank you, sir.
You definitely earned that.
Thank you. I'll take it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well done, man.
All right. Well done by you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And, of course, another night tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And this morning, we are going to talk.
That's right.
Chris Kidd and I are going to talk to Jadarian Price's high school coach in Texas today. about who made him who he is. That's at 11 o'clock.
All right. 11 o'clock today. Anything else? Just a complete draft show today?
Almost complete draft show, yeah. Lots to talk about.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that Sean McVay, that whole scene
Isn't
last
that
night
great?
after they drafted.
I mean, it's not great. It's not great for Ty Simpson, but it is so obvious how pissed he is about that. Oh, my gosh.
He's never met him. The Ross Tucker reported last night that Ty Simpson has never met Sean McVay, the 13th pick in the draft. Never met his coach.
Unreal. Oh, man. That's the story of the night, for sure.
You don't take away a layaway quarterback at 13 when you're trying to go for it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the Rams never picked that high.
Yeah.
And they, oh boy.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah,
all right. Well, we'll be listening at 10. Thank you very much.
All right.
There he is.
Thank you, sir.
Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider. Again, follow him at GBell Seattle on X, and also thenewstribune.com. His segment with us is brought to you by Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. Bring bubbles to the draft. If you didn't do it last night, you got 2 more days to bubble it up. Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco delivers bright, refreshing flavors of apple, citrus, and peach to every celebration. Bubble up your draft. Celebrate every pick with Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. If you aren't familiar, so the Ty Simpson pick at 13 looks like it was all done by Les Snead and kind of behind Sean McVay's back. And that's the way it's coming off. It came off last night in the press conferences, and it's coming off this morning. People are running with it everywhere that he is flat out furious about this selection, and it is hilarious.
I love it. Sorry, not sorry.
We'll talk more about that with Hugh coming up at 9 o'clock. I have a feeling he has a thing or 3 to say about that. But coming up next, hey, we've put a lot of time into this thing. So there's a lot of other elements that I want to get to about last night's draft. So why not start our first ever post-draftmas award show? The Drafties come your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck in the morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Trying to grow our Draft Miss celebration, which did come to an end yesterday at 10 o'clock. We're not carrying that in. I mean, now we hand it off to the NFL draft event itself. We let the NFL have its moment in the sun now.
Yeah, and people might be wondering why the decorations are still up, but you don't take decorations down on Christmas Day.
No, you don't. Or even the day after.
It's like
you keep
New
it up
Year's.
for a little while.
Yeah, so you got to at least go through the draft.
You go through the draft with the Christmas tree for sure. But I'm always trying to think of ways to make our Draft Miss celebration a little bit better. And think about Christmas. Christmas is great, but we get tired by the end of it. And so when we're done with Christmas and all the parties and the holidays, we tend to just kind of relax for a couple days, really. Maybe there are those that get encouraged to go out and try to take advantage of deals or make returns or exchanges. I don't know. I'm not one of those people. I just kind of want to chill at home, and hopefully there's a good sporting event of 12 on that I can sink my teeth into. But never in my entire life. I'm 54 years old. As a kid, as an adult, in relationships, outside of relationships, have I ever experienced someone getting done with Christmas and then deciding to have an award show at the end of it? And, maybe give out who gave me the best gift award to mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or who made the best food that I had over the course of the holiday weekend. Oh, Aunt Shirley.
Yeah.
Your
See,
stuffing.
5 Iron would definitely win the gift award.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. He's great at that.
No, I don't know. Maybe it's something that Christmas ought to do.
Yeah, I think so.
We get done with our Christmas holidays with our families, and then we have an award show. And then we just acknowledge who was really good at Christmas and who was a wet blanket.
I think that's a great idea, honestly.
It's not a terrible idea.
I think we should at least ponder incorporating this. And yeah, some people's feelings are going to get hurt. But isn't that what the holidays are all about?
I'll let Christmas and Santa and Jesus and all of the PR people that work on that project, I'll let you figure that out. But I am I am the CEO of Draft Miss.
Yeah.
And I have decided we're going to have an award show after Draft Miss. So here we go. Let's hand out some awards from last night that I think are worthy of acknowledgement. The I Think You're Cheating award goes to the NFL Network. Now, I only watch the NFL Network. I did not watch ESPN's because there are a few people at ESPN I can't stomach for 4 hours. And so I watch NFL Network. I typically do. I watch their coverage, and then I listen to ours. And I did. I listened to ours as well. And so as I'm watching the coverage, the picks are starting to stockpile. And it's very clear that there was this big thing from the NFL. Do not reveal the picks before you have the picks.
Right.
It's not fair. The audience doesn't want that. They hate it. So Adam Schefter, stop revealing the picks before the picks are made. We all want that. Well, for a couple of years, they were on their best behavior. I don't know what happened at ESPN, but at the NFL Network, these sneaky sons of guns knew the picks, and then were trying to play it off like, I think this would be a good pick here. Oh, my gosh, that's the pick.
Oh, so they'd look really smart.
Right. And it was the only thing about the entire night that I was pissed off about. I'm like, stop trying to play this off like you don't already know what the pick is, because you are. I don't care if you think that you deserve a pat on the back. What I care about is you're ruining the pick.
Right.
For me.
Right. We
by
want to
telling
see
me.
Roger announce it.
Yes.
And that's how we want to find out. No other way.
Yeah. All right. So they won the first ever I Think You're Cheating award in the drafties. The first ever I Know You're Cheating award, Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, okay. And when you said I think you're cheating, I was like, how's Vrabel not winning this? But now it makes sense. Now I get it.
Yeah, I know you're cheating. So
Yeah.
here's your trophy.
Yeah, congrats.
Congratulations. The best drafty drama, I thought at the moment it was Makai Lemon, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh's love triangle.
Yeah.
But obviously the Rams have to win it now. The Ty Simpson selection, which we'll talk more about later on in the show, But just quick recap. They took Ty Simpson, shocked everybody. It was the wow moment last night with the 13th overall pick in the draft. Sean McVay has never spoken to Ty Simpson. That's the report from Greg. Sean McVay never did any research on Ty Simpson. Sean McVay was no part of the Ty Simpson decision last night and was clearly very angry last night. So there is some drama going on with the Rams. And I think if there's a power struggle, I think Sean McVay's winning that one. It's not going to be the GM this time. I think it's Sean McVay that wins that one.
Oh, I can't wait to watch it all unfold.
Oh, that's going to be great. Now, it was the award almost went to Mekhi Lemon because apparently Mekhi Lemon, who was falling because he's a turd.
Right.
He's on the phone with Pittsburgh, who's picking at 21. Well, there's a team 20 is on the clock, and that was Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's Pittsburgh thinking there's no way Dallas is trading with Philadelphia. We're going to get our guy here. And they're not taking a wide receiver. They've got Pickens and Lamb. There's no way they're taking a wide receiver. So Pittsburgh's already calling Lemon to tell him we're going to take you at 21. Meanwhile, they don't even realize Philadelphia and Dallas have pulled off a trade. And so Philadelphia gets up to 20, steals Lemon out from underneath Pittsburgh while Pittsburgh's on the phone with Lemon telling him they're going to take him.
Yeah, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in the Pittsburgh room as that all unfolded. That's for sure.
That's great draft stuff. Right?
It really is. But also, I think Pittsburgh probably dodged a bullet there because you can't have two turds on one team. And DK Metcalf can be enough of a turd.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'd call him a turd.
Yeah, I mean, in his antics, obviously his in-game antics. So you don't want. Well, I guess you don't want someone who could be a turd on the field and then someone who's the turd all the time. It's too much. And then yeah, you potentially have Aaron Rodgers too.
Yeah. Well, of all the teams to trade up for a turd, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They are turd collectors.
Good work.
All right. The best celebration last night, because that's another thing I love about the draft, is watching the reaction and seeing how players react to this moment, their dreams coming true. I thought the best celebration was the Peter Woods family. I don't know if you saw this one or not, but he's at home with his entire family, and the entire family is all the ladies are dressed in white. And everybody, the men were too.
Yeah.
Men were in white suits. All the ladies were in these nice white, not necessarily dresses, but all white outfits. And then Peter Wood has this outstanding, like emerald green suit. So he stands out in the middle of the room.
Genius idea.
And just awesome. And then they did it at home. Mm-hmm. So he can invite as many people, loved ones as he want. And then he stands up and he does the punching back and forth with his dad. So you can tell they're best friends, and that's his best guy that got him here and there. So they're celebrating. And then he turns around to his mom and just completely changes his mood and just hugs her just tenderly and gingerly. It was outstanding.
You can tell that his mom is the boss of that house for sure because of the way like his dad and him played around. And then it was like, thanks, Mom.
That was great. Now, the best mom hug, which is an award I'm going to give, was Akeem Mesidor, because he and his mom, that you could tell they've been through some stuff together. Mm-hmm. And that was just like, there's nobody else in the room.
Yeah.
It was just melting into one another and sharing that moment. He wasn't turning to his girlfriend first. He wasn't turning to anybody. It was mom and son at this moment, and it was awesome. It brought a tear to your eye.
Yeah.
The best walk was Keldrick Falk of the Tennessee Titans, because in his walk from the green room to the stage, I think he experienced 38 different emotions.
Yeah. I mean, it was like every step all of a sudden.
He was celebrating at one point. He was couldn't believe it at one point. I mean, you could just see his face changing every 3 steps. And then by the time he got to Roger Goodell, he'd convinced himself that he was excited. He hugs Goodell and starts crying.
But that's real, right? Because it is such a life-changing moment. You're watching this kid's life, all the things he thought that he would think, or that he would go through. You don't have a clue till you actually go in that moment and realize how absolutely insanely huge it is. And you got to see it all happen in real time.
Now, it wasn't my Tears Award, though. Best Tears Award goes to Jordan Tyson, who went to the Saints out of Arizona State, because those were real. because when he got drafted, he was trying to play cool guy, tough guy. He was dressed like an LA valet for some reason, but he was like playing it off like he's so cool. And then when he got away from friends and family and he got halfway down the hallway, it dawned on him, oh my gosh, my dream just came true. I just got taken 8th with the NFL draft. And he just started bawling.
That's what I would do.
And at one point he had to stop and collapse, and he tried to get himself together in front of the mirror and did to a degree. And then he tried to act tough again. And then he was going to try to act like, like he owned the moment, and he went out there and he was going to be tough. And then he saw Roger Goodell and he melted down again. He might not have wanted it to go that way, but I loved it because to me, that's one of the reasons I'm a big draft fan. It's watching how often do you get to see somebody actually hear their dream come true and experience that moment? And I love it. I'm there for the waterworks, and I got it from him. The Angry Smurf Award goes to Reuben Bain Jr., though. I get it a little bit, and I don't think he was obnoxious about it, but, dude, you got taken in the 15th pick in the draft, and you got in a great situation with Tampa Bay and Todd Bowles on a team that's probably going to be pretty good next year.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, don't be angry about it. Just because a few other guys went ahead of you, you're still a first-round pick. You were still comfortably a first-round pick, and you also are landing in a really good situation. So stop worrying about whether or not history remembers you as a top 5 pick.
I think it's absurd when anybody who's drafted in the first round gets angry about being drafted in the first round.
Best reporter, Laura Rutledge. She is fantastic at her job and didn't have to sleep with one head coach to get the information that she had last night.
Yeah, she is really great.
She's awesome at it. She can host. She can do anything.
She can do everything. And she seems so personable, too, when she delivers it. Not like she's...
It's not the same damn tired question to every... There's a unique question to every single person that she interviews. She was fantastic. She is fantastic. She's just one of my favorite people in the business. And then finally, the Best Draft Expert Award. Well, there are a lot of people vying for this. Congratulations, Daniel Jeremiah. You finished 4th.
Okay. Oh, well, good work.
You got 8 picks out of 32. Not as many as I got.
Oh.
I got 9 out of 32. Rob Rang got 9.5.
Ooh.
Because I'm going to give him a half because he got 9 right in the first round. And he had Omar Cooper Jr. going to the Jets at 33. So he got the right team, and he was only 3 off. So I'm going to give him at least a half. For that one. But, of course, the Best Draft Expert Award has to go to Ashley, who got all of the picks right. Every single one of them.
I just want to say...
32 out of 32.
I just want to say thank you to the Draft
Felt like it.
To the Draftmas catalog.
It felt like you got them all right. I'll tell you that much. Damn green jacket winner.
Without that Draftmas catalog this year, I don't think that I would be where I am today.
All right, ABCs of the M's. We're going to sneak those in before we bring the Ocho aboard at 8 o'clock. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. 8 top stories of the day here on a Friday. The Ocho comes your way at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. Plus, Rob Ring still going to join us today, and Hugh Millan in studio for the better part of an hour at 9 o'clock to talk some NFL draft. But the Mariners ABCs of the M's is a daily segment, and you know what that means.
That we do it every day?
We do it every day.
Okay.
No matter what else is going on, we do it every day. Not into false advertising. So let's get it going. And we get to start over with the alphabet here on a Friday. A is for Andres. And I don't know how many people are worked up about this, but I'm seeing way too much Andres Munoz hate on Twitter. You've got to be kidding me.
Did you see someone told Ryan Divish that he should be DFA'd?
Yeah, I saw that. And I don't want to give too much power to that kind of thought. I mean, we have to realize that there's always going to be somebody that is just out of their mind in any conversation that you're going to have. But I'm seeing way too much of it. I get that he's struggling. He's admitting he's struggling out of the gates. But he really has only had one terrible outing and one bad outing, and the rest of the time he's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hold it against him that one of the best young power hitters in the game, who is absolutely locked in right now, Nick Kurtz, took him deep to tie the game up. I mean, that's going to happen every once in a while against the best in the game. So he's not been as effective. He knows it. But the ERA this early in the season doesn't matter because you give up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning, and it's going to make it look far worse than it actually is. He actually is averaging just about 2 strikeouts per inning. His fastball velocity is just about the same. Looks like he's added a 2-seamer this year that is absolutely wicked. He's just got to get the feel back to his slider. And right now he's working on that. That can happen overnight when you've already had a great slider for the last few years. This was not just a good closer in baseball the last couple of seasons. He's been elite, and he is going to be just fine. So chill out on Mooney.
Calm down, people.
Yes. B is for breaking out, and we are all waiting for our big 3 to break out, and maybe now we have signs of that happening. They were 8 for 15 as a cluster in that third game of the A's series, and so that's 3 dudes all getting multiple hits in the same game. I think Julio's certainly been hitting the ball more solidly, more consistently. Josh and Cal have worked their batting averages up to nearly 200, and nobody's satisfied before somebody says it on the text line with them hitting 200. But you got to get to 200 before you can get to 250, before you can get to 275. So after their cold start as a trio, it does, for the first time, kind of feel like all of them are seeing the ball right now. So hopefully in St. Louis, we're going to experience the breakout of our big 3. C is for Cardinals. That's the opponent, the St. Louis Cardinals. Interesting team so far this season. Like every team in the National League Central right now, they all have winning records right now. That was not supposed to happen. The St. Louis Cardinals are not supposed to be good this year. They don't even think they're supposed to be good. They're supposed to be, and this rarely happens for a great organization, but they've kind of mismanaged some things lately. They just spent about a decade just drafting a bunch of softball players rather than athletes, and it came back to bite them. And so they've been struggling a little bit around 500, a little bit below 500 the last couple of seasons. It's not something that Cardinal baseball fans are used to. So they sort of gave in, got a new general manager, and this was supposed to be, let's go with the young guys, let's get rid of Arenado, let's rebuild this thing, which they rarely do in St. Louis, and instead they're 14-10 right now. Meanwhile, the team that is the defending American League West champs and are supposed to win the American League this year, we're 11-15 right now. So pretty much if you flip those records, that's what you would have expected at this point in the season. So they're not as good as their record indicates, and we're not as bad as our record indicates.
Hopefully we can flip that this weekend then.
I will say this, though. This Jordan Walker, who's been a top prospect for them for years and has really struggled his first 2 years in the bigs, looks like he's figured some stuff out. And he's 6'6", about 240, and he can hit. So
Yikes.
he looks like he's figured something out.
It's like a tree.
Yeah, something to be concerned about. And then just quickly, D is for Donovan, because it stinks that Brendan Donovan, who is beloved in this city, doesn't get to return home as a part of the Mariners and, wave to them and remind him that he gets his uniform dirty by the second inning every game. They love him here. I know he wanted to go back on this trip and be a part of this team. He might be on the trip.
I know. I was going to say, could they still take him on the trip?
Yeah, so he might get acknowledged,
I hope
but
so.
he wanted to play in this series.
I hope
so it
that he's
stinks.
at least there, though.
All right, Ocho's next, plus your cash contest word. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
time for the Ocho. The best 12 minutes of 8 minutes of radio.
8 minutes.
Brought to you by the rich, complex flavor of Pendleton whiskey. Wetter Buck. Please drink responsibly.
Great Friday morning to you all. Welcome into the radio show called Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Wonderful to have you with us. No Bucky Jacobson again today. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell. We just had a great time watching the NFL draft. Day number 1 yesterday. Kind of made all that draftman's hard work worth it.
Oh, absolutely. It's nice when it pays off and you go through the whole month just planning and prepping and getting the whole house excited, and then on draftmas day, you all get to be cozy and, in your PJs by the fire.
Yeah, makes all that hard work
taking it all in
worthwhile. I'm so glad they didn't cancel it. You and I put in all that effort,
Can you
and then if I would have
imagine?
found out yesterday, they were just like, you know what? Couldn't get enough people here.
Oh, would have been the
Call
worst.
the thing off.
Would have been the worst.
Yeah, the band had to cancel, so we're gonna cancel the whole operation.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a year without draftmas.
I know. 320,000 people showed up in Pittsburgh. That's considered a small market.
Yeah.
320,000 people showed up. They shut down a bridge, a major thoroughfare, to accommodate the draft last night in Pittsburgh, and no one complained because they're like, why is the bridge shut? I'm trying to get home. Oh, the Steelers are doing a big party in the NFL. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. And again, kids did virtual learning. It was virtual learning yesterday. It is the same thing today because of how many people are in Pittsburgh for the draft.
Yeah.
But no, it's not a big deal. The NFL draft, not a big deal.
Why are you guys
at all.
talking about this?
Yeah,
Nobody
why are you
cares
talking
about
it?
this.
No one cares.
We have a Grand Slam cash contest word for you to start the hour. It is win. Go ahead and enter that at 93.3KJR.com. That's win to 93.3KJR.com. Used in a sentence. I sure hope somebody wins, because then it will be worthwhile that I have to do this every hour.
I really like it when you use it in a sentence.
All right, let's get started. Your 8 top stories of the day to get you set for the weekend. To recap the week as well, it is your full-service, one-stop shop for news and information. Water cooler talk that you're going to need all weekend long, especially now that you're hanging out with the buddies around the barbecue pit more frequently.
That's right. Get around that pit.
We're, of course, going to start with the NFL draft, where the Seahawks decided last night to stick and pick at number 32.
Dylan, when you're ready, stage is yours. What's going on, Pittsburgh?
This kid is the best.
Yeah! I'm so excited to be here to represent the 12s. Oh, and the reigning Super Bowl champion, Seattle Seahawks!
He got excited.
And with that, with the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price, Notre Dame, running back.
Dylan.
Yeah, it was Dylan, Seahawk fan. Was that... Were there 2 Make-A-Wish? That was a Make-A-Wish?
He was a Make-A-Wish. He
That's right.
He has beaten cancer twice, including a brain tumor.
Yes.
And the excitement, I was like, man, if you aren't pumped after... They could have picked anyone. Dylan had me so fired up, I did not care.
Yeah, 3 things stood out to me about it. That Ashley loved it so much. She was, texting last night.
Yeah.
Number 2, how Terry Ryan and every engineer / stage manager be like, don't grab the mic, don't grab the mic.
Yeah. Take it away from your face. Take it away from your face. But he was just so adorable and so excited. And I love that he just had it together when he was like, oh, and the reigning. I mean, he was in it.
And then the third thing that struck me is that no one in Pittsburgh could boo the kid because he'd survived cancer twice, even though they did not want to hear him scream at the top of his lungs that the Seahawks were champions. So they had to just take it.
And yeah, it was the best. And then the fact, too, that he goes from Super Bowl champions and with that. And it's like so business.
Good job, Dylan.
Yeah, he just crushed it. It was awesome.
The pick was Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame. I mean, if you followed along at all with the draft story, the one the Seahawks we've narrated here in the last month leading up to last night, then you certainly were familiar with the name Jadarian Price. Might have been the guy we discussed most frequently on these airwaves, considered by the strong consensus of draft analysts to be the second best running back in the draft. But he was never anything more than a backup running back in college. He just happened to be backing up the best running back in the country and maybe the best player in the country. It marks the first time in NFL draft history that the top two running backs taken in the draft were from the same school. Price will finally get his chance to be a RB1, and it'll happen in the pros. And one of the things about that, there are a couple of things about that. On the positive side, plenty of tread on those tires. He didn't get used and abused at the college level where an NFL team would have been, I don't know, you're going to hit the wall earlier than most. If you're drafting him, you're getting somebody fresh as a daisy. If you're John Schneider, he has not really taken the abuse that running backs of this caliber tend to take because of the unique situation that he was in at Notre Dame. On the downside of that, something that Hugh Millan was talking about last night in our draft coverage, he weighs only 203 pounds. That's 10 pounds lighter than Ken Walker, who wasn't exactly a big running back. And, of course, Ken Walker had his injury issues here. And so what you have is a guy that's slightly under what you would want out of a RB1 in terms of his size, plus the mystery that can this guy get a lot of carries?
Right.
Because he never has. We've never seen him take abuse. How do we know he will be able to take the abuse of the National Football League? How do we? It's not that we don't think he's durable. We just don't have any proof that he is durable.
Right. We don't know what we don't know.
Yeah. But draft experts, all of them, like him.
Yeah.
There's nobody that doesn't like him. And the selection certainly satisfies what many believe to be the world champion's biggest hole on its roster. Following the loss of Walker. But although the price might have been right, he may not have been the showcase showdown John and Mike thought that they were bidding on. The Hawks had a plan to trade down from 32 the entire time, and yet that got foiled. Here's GM John Schneider after the draft.
Yeah, great player, great person. We thought we had some opportunities for a minute. They fell apart. There's a lot of trading going on there, right ahead of us. But I mean, he kind of stood alone. I mean, great player. The person's outstanding. The competitor. He's just he's a Seahawk. It's really cool. I mean, we were kind of concerned that people were going to go ahead of us because felt like it was just so out there, in terms of like mock drafts and what have you.
John Schneider hates mock drafts.
You could hear it in terms of mock drafts.
He hates it. I don't know why. I mean, come on.
Speculation. That's half the fun.
It's fun. It's building up the hype. You don't have to make some snotty comment every year that they don't know what they're talking about, and you do. You got 2 Super Bowl rings. Yeah. We all know that you know what you're talking about. Let us have our fun.
Yeah, let us play.
Calm down.
It's like fantasy football for the NFL draft. That's just fun.
It's fun. Well, the Hawks were expected to trade down from the last pick in the round all along, but as he mentioned, there were 6 trades within the span of like 8 picks leading up to the Seahawks pick. So all of the possible trade partners that the Seahawks were engaged with, undoubtedly over the last few weeks, like I'm sure they knew a lot of candidates for wanting to trade up into the first round, and they probably had some tentative stuff planned with them, and that was supposed to be at 32, like an easy phone call. All right, we got the pick. We got your guy. We don't want him. Let's move down. And instead, all of those teams moved up ahead of them, and it went bang, 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 bang. There were 6 trades in the span of, actually, it was 6 picks. I mean, 2 teams traded twice in the span of 6 picks. And so all of a sudden, John's watching before his eyes all of those second-round trade dance partners kind of just dissolve. And the next thing he knew, man, it's more valuable just to stick and pick and get our guy, stay and play here at 32. let's not mess around with this. I don't want to have to trade too far down into the second round because I might miss out on my pick that I want. So he went ahead, stuck with the pick. He goes with Jadarian Price.
Yeah, and I'm glad they did. I mean, if it wasn't going to work out in the perfect plan of what we all thought was going to happen, moving to 34 and then still getting your guy, okay, well, at least we got our guy.
Yeah, and the Ty Simpson thing as well.
Yeah,
that was supposed to be a guy
crazy.
That was supposed to be available to them, and the Rams comedically ruined that possibility as well. So, look, you just got to look at it as you got a guy you wanted, and maybe you didn't get everything out of that process that you wanted to get out of it, but you landed somebody that you liked, satisfied a need, and so I think you should feel happy about it. There was some criticism that John and Mike sounded subdued and almost disappointed, but it had nothing to do with the player. It had everything to do with the process didn't work out the way they hoped.
Right, and they're both very smart. They probably thought they had it all planned out perfectly and it was going to go that way, and when it didn't and it just went to chaos, I think they were surprised.
Well, now we get ready for day number 2 of this 3-day extravaganza. Tonight, you'll have rounds 2 and 3 that will be held.
No, I'm just getting warmed up.
That's right. And then on Saturday, we'll have rounds 4 through 7. And you've got complete coverage right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Seattle currently has just 3 picks remaining, 64, 96, and 188. The remaining needs, we all seem to agree, are a defensive back and an edge rusher, at least edge rushing depth. And so that's what they seem to be after. Now, should be worth noting, well, just now trade down. Okay, sure, you can trade down from 64, you can trade down from 96, hell, you can trade down from 188. But the longer you go into the draft, the less valuable that pick becomes. Mm-hmm. So their best opportunity to trade down and get some extra draft capital was at 32. Thus, the frustration, the disappointment that you heard in their voices last night. They can trade down from 64, but you're probably going to get a 5th rounder at the best or 6th rounder thrown in there. And that's just not as valuable as what you could have had by trading down at 32. So Greg Bell told us a couple of hours ago his expectation is that they stay at 64 and they stay at 96 and satisfy those 2 other big needs that they seem to have to us, which is edge and also cornerback.
It was surprising to me, though, that Greg said this morning that he thought Brandon Cisse could still be an option at 64, because I would have thought.
He might be.
But the way everyone's fallen.
Yeah, the way that the cornerbacks fell and are continuing to fall, I think there were only 2 taken in the entire first round, if I'm not mistaken. Chris Johnson to Miami, and then Delon to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I think those are the only 2.
Right?
Mansour, Delane, Delaney. I heard it
something.
pronounced by somebody from New Orleans, Delaney, which is that's my preferred pronunciation, but I think he goes by just Delane.
Okay.
But anyway, the cornerbacks did drop last night, so maybe Cisse could be there by the seashore for the Seahawks to pick at 64. We shall see. Rob Rank's going to join us at 8:30. We'll get his thoughts on what happened last night and who he thinks could be available at 64 at 8:30. Hugh's going to join us at 9 o'clock, so we'll have nearly a full hour with you. Hugh at 9 o'clock, breaking it all down. Draft coverage day number 2 on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Same thing on Saturday as well, with Ian and myself hosting on Saturday. So Ian and I will be working on Saturday. Mike Vrabel will not be working on Saturday. So so it'll be just the 2 of us. Vrabel did announce yesterday that apparently some new information has come out. Turns out that the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini relationship affair has been going on for a long time. And at that point, Vrabel, Patriots PR, had to remove him from the scene. So he announced yesterday in a press conference that he's not going to be involved on day 3 of the draft. And spoke in a press conference right before the draft.
The last 2.5 weeks, we go from your original statement about, any insinuation that the photos were anything other than innocent was laughable, to your comments Tuesday, to now deciding to go to counseling. What is that process?
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments I think that was, always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But I think my family and this football team are the most important thing, and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge.
You're trying to protect your family. You wouldn't have had a 7-year affair with somebody that a lot of your peers have been with.
Well, yeah. And also to say that's laughable when people ask about photos. It wasn't like someone just saw them and said, oh, I saw these people. And then you say, oh, that's laughable. No, there was photo evidence. And so you come out and you say, that's laughable. No, that is actually dismissive. So to say that wasn't supposed to be dismissive, what was it supposed to be? Because you were 100% dismissive.
Well, not to mention, I don't like the argument. That might have been me trying to protect my family. No, you're trying to protect yourself from your family.
Yeah, your family's the last people you've been thinking about this whole time.
Yeah, well, that story's not over, man. It just keeps getting more convoluted. And if I were to follow Instagram and TikTok and Twitter's lead, that's all we would be talking about today, because it seems like that's all anybody's talking about.
Everywhere.
Yeah, so we at least had to put it in the Ocho, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I still have stuff from a great first day of the NFL draft to get to as item number 5 in our 8-item Ocho. We haven't even talked about the rest of the teams in the National Football League in the Ocho, and perhaps the biggest surprise that happened last night was at pick 13.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
Now, we were all surprised. This added some juice last night, and my reaction to it was good on Ian Rappaport, because he was reporting on this relationship between Les Snead and the Simpson family all day long, and I'm like, good for him. He really had that story. I didn't hear anybody else talking about it, so that's what I went with, and then I'm like, well, obviously the Rams really liked this kid all along, and they traded away their 30th pick, and so if they were going to get him, they only had the 13th pick to use in order to get him. But it was still the wow moment, because all the talk by the end of the draft miss process was that he might not even go in the first round, and the Rams end up taking him at 13 overall. But then it gets really fun, because apparently Rams general manager Les Snead did not consult with his head coach Sean McVay on the matter at all. He made the pick. Sean McVay has never spoken to the kid. When asked about it by Kay Adams in an interview a couple of weeks ago, McVay said, no, we won't be taking Ty Simpson. I've done no work on him at all.
Oh, perfect.
And then Snead, it feels like, took Simpson because he told the Simpson family that he's a first rounder. Simpson left college, and now all of a sudden Snead looked like, oh no, I misled that family. He's not going to get drafted in the first round. So he decided to take him anyway. I mean, he obviously really likes him.
Right.
But his head coach does not. And in the post-game or post-draft press conference, McVay looked noticeably agitated, very short with his answers, and he hammered home two things. Number one, Matt Stafford's our quarterback for as long as he wants to be. And number two, our backup is Stetson Bennett.
Yeah. And why would you use the 13th pick on not making your team better right now? You are not far off from being Super Bowl champions yourself.
That's what pisses them off.
Yeah, you did something that doesn't help you at all this year.
Or next year. Or probably the following year.
It's baffling.
Fernando Mendoza did go number 1 to Vegas. The Jets did choose David Bailey over Arvell Reese, who ended up falling 5 to the Giants. Miami, Reuben Bain Jr. probably was the biggest slip to 15 in Tampa Bay. He was angry about it. He shouldn't be. That's a good fit for him. And defensive tackle Caleb Banks was probably the biggest reach last night at 18 to Minnesota. Most people had him as a second-round value pick. Mekhi Lemon, Philly, and host Pittsburgh created some drama last night as well, as Lemon was on the phone with Pittsburgh, the Steelers telling them they were going to take him at 21. Philadelphia moved up ahead of them and grabbed Lemon in a trade with the Dallas Cowboys. So some great drama last night. Just a great night.
It was
just a great draft.
Yeah.
All right, we got other items. There are other things going on in the sports world, including the Mariners heading to my old neck of the nape. You can find me, St. Louis. Yeah, heading to St. Louis. Rebuilding St. Louis is off to a 14-10 start. That doesn't make sense. Defending AL West champs and AL pennant favorite Seattle is off to an 11-15 start. That doesn't make sense either. So hopefully we prove that all of those preseason predictions are accurate and we start turning the tables on the St. Louis Cardinals. George Kirby starts tonight. Andre Pallant, right-hander. Good news, he's right-handed.
Phew. Okay, we got this.
Yeah, he's going to pitch for St. Louis. First pitch from St. Louis at 5:15. The NBA playoffs, it was a night for the underdogs. Not that anybody watched it because they decided to put all the games on a streaming channel against the NBA draft. I hope 4 people watched the NBA playoffs last night. But the Atlanta Hawks are starting to make things really interesting.
On the miss, if there is one, are you going to be able to rebound it?
Get it in. McCollum fires. Hawks take the lead. 109 to 108.
He's made 2 game-winning shots within the last, 10 seconds of the game already in this series.
Wow.
C.J. McCollum, the Knicks' biggest nightmare. Man, if I can get before the end of the weekend, Sean McVay to punch Les Snead and the Knicks to get knocked out of the first round of the playoffs, oh my God.
That is a winning weekend right there.
That would be amazing. Stanley Cup playoffs look fun. Wish we were at that party. Jason Bottrell this week, of course, was the latest person within the Kraken organization to apologize that the Kraken have not yet gotten it right.
Well, I think the future of the Seattle Kraken is very bright. Bottom line is we're not where we want to be after 5 years. It's an important time for our franchise. We have a strong foundation here, but changes need to be made. When I was introduced last year as GM, we were very clear that I would have final say in hockey operations decisions. We made changes on and off the ice to our players, to our coaches, to strengthen this team. When I reflect back on the season, there are moments that I was very proud of. We talked at the start of the year about wanting to be in the playoff hunt. We were. But ultimately, we fell short.
Jason Bottrell earlier this week, and man, they're saying the same things. I'm not going to say the right things. They're saying the same things now organizationally over there. For those that thought, oh man, he sounds a little uncomfortable. Sounds like there are a few pauses, pregnant pauses in between those words. Well, have you ever had to speak while being directly over a hot seat?
It's uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable. This is a really important offseason for a lot of people, and Jason Bottrell included. Buffalo won over Boston last night, 3-1. They're up 2-1. Carolina and Ottawa, this has been a great series. Poor Ottawa. They've lost all 3, but they have gone toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the NHL. Colorado also has had a little bit of difficulty with the Kings, and yet they're up 3-0. Tonight, Tampa Bay at Montreal, Las Vegas at Utah, Edmonton at Anaheim. All of those series are tied at 1 goal apiece. And then let me throw in a 9th item with the Ocho here today. Sounders and FC Dallas tomorrow at 7:30, and that will be at Lumen Field. All right, coming up next, Rob Rang joins us. His thoughts on day 1 of the NFL draft and who he thinks the Seahawks might get in day 2. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
action never stops on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's another thing about draft miss that might have an advantage over our old friend Christmas. Santa has never had to conduct a press conference. He just drops off his presents and leaves. He doesn't have to answer for him. It's not like, hey, you got me ties and cologne. I asked for
a PlayStation.
What gives, big man?
Yeah.
No. John Schneider Claus has to answer for it. And look at St. Picholas. St. Picholas himself. I'm going to do all of that work for you during draft miss to talk to you about who should go where. And yet, once the picks start being made, who's here but St. Picholas?
That's right.
Right at our doorstep.
True man of his word.
Yeah, ready to share with us all of his vast knowledge that he's gained over the years being a powerful entity during the draft miss holiday season.
Thank goodness for St. Picholas.
Thank goodness for draft miss. Joining us on the program is our NFL draft expert from Fox Sports. Rob Rang is with us. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chuck. How are you today, sir?
That was a fun night last night. I was just talking about this with Ashley a little bit earlier. I don't care if the draft is a down year for talent. What does that matter? There's still the same drama. There's still 32 kids last night that got to see a dream come true. Still all the things that we love about the draft, the trades ups and the trade downs, they all happen whether it's a down year for talent anyway. I thought it was fantastic last night.
Well, I 100% agree with you. I just think that the drama of a draft, any draft, it could be the WNBA a week or so ago, or the NFL or any other sport. The realization of dreams, as you just mentioned, the fact that the Seahawks are, of course, the defending Super Bowl champions, and I thought that they addressed their biggest area of concern. So I think that Seahawks fans should have slept well last night, and at the same time should be very excited about the scheduled 2 picks that they have today. To me, today is the day for the 2026 NFL draft, because as you said, Jeff, it's not necessarily a draft class that is just teeming with superstar talent, but there are a lot of good starters available. The fact that the Los Angeles Rams and San Francisco 49ers are kind of clearly planning for the future rather than for playing right now, I think that the Seahawks are playing for right now, and whatever gap that the Rams may have narrowed, I think that the Seahawks, basically just kind of ran back away with it with the selection of Jadarian Price, number 32 overall last night.
Yeah, we added to our team. They decided not to last night, which maybe we'll get into here in a little bit. But Rob Rang is with us. Let's talk about Price because I don't know. I talked to a lot of people in the last month. I'm not sure I talked to anyone that was as high on Jadarian Price as you are. So what is it that you've liked so much about him, and why do you see him as such a good fit for the Hawks?
Well, it's funny when there's so many draft analysts out there who, frankly, I think are watching an awful lot of the stat boxes and how many opportunities players have instead of watching the tape. And I think if you watch the tape, you're going to fall in love with Jadarian Price and just his instincts as a runner. I know that it was perceived as a bold take when I said on your show that I think that he's going to wind up becoming a better, or at least a more productive running back than Jeremiah Love. Of course, the accomplished Notre Dame back that went number 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. Of course, Seahawks fans are going to get their share of of views of him. I just think Jadarian Price is a back that really anticipates holes very, very well, and that his 4.49 second 40-yard dash time doesn't really reflect how explosive of a runner that he is on the field. And so given the fact that Seattle does have a quality offensive line, they do have quality at receiver, at quarterback, then he is going to be asked to kind of be a piece of the puzzle. Whereas some of the other players drafted earlier, like Jeremiah Love, are going to be basically asked to kind of carry the load. And I think that Jadarian Price has the skill set as a runner, as a receiver, as a returner. Obviously, Seattle has a dynamic returner already in Rashid Shaheed, but you always want depth. I just see superstardom with Jadarian Price. Wow. And frankly, had he not been a backup most of his college career, I think that he would have starred elsewhere and not been anywhere close to available at number 32 overall.
Just choked on my own spit, Rob, getting ready to ask a question. Rob Ring is with us here. All right, so 64 and 96. Give me an idea of what you think the Seahawks need to accomplish tonight.
Well, they're going to be going for corners and edge rushers. And to me, that was always the play, is that you had three areas of concern. That's the three positions, of course, that you lost out on some really good players in free agency. And so that's the strength of what is left. I think that it's, as predicted, at least in my opinion, that Seattle would recognize that their running back talent was going to drop off significantly. And I'll put it this way. I had 0 running backs among my top 32 still available, whereas I have 7 cornerbacks. I have 7 edge rushers. And obviously, those 14 players could be the very first 14 picks off the board here. And Seattle, weighing 32 more picks before they're going to select. They could be left out in the cold in that regard, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think you're going to see a number of wide receivers and, defensive tackles, off-ball linebackers. And so I do think that you're going to see an edge rusher or a cornerback be Seattle's selection at number 64 overall, or I would not be surprised at all because of the depth. If this is the pick at 64 overall, that the Seahawks are able to trade back a little bit more and acquire some more selections for day 3.
Maybe get 2 day 3 picks and then an extra pick. 2 round 3 picks and then an extra day on day number 3. What was your reaction? I'm not sure in the moment that you could have, when you were providing draft coverage, understood everything that was going into that Ty Simpson pick at 13 with the Rams, but I'm guessing that you've seen the reaction from Sean McVay. He doesn't look too pleased about the selection. Your thoughts on what our division rivals did at 13, grabbing Ty Simpson?
I was surprised by it. There's no question about that. I do think that Ty Simpson is an excellent fit in Sean McVay's offense. That was one of the articles I was asked to write right before the draft, is basically, the quarterback tiers and who would they be good fits for in their NFL systems. And I listed the Arizona Cardinals and the Los Angeles Rams as my favorite fits for Ty Simpson. That said, number 13 overall just felt like such an opportunity for the general manager, Les Snead, to give Rams head coach Sean McVay, of course, a weapon, somebody that might be able to narrow whatever gap there is between the Seahawks and the Rams. And that could have been a pass rusher like a Reuben Bain. That, to me, would have been terrifying from a Seattle perspective, the idea of Reuben Bain and Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. And, it just would have been a pretty formidable defensive line, or another playmaking wide receiver. I was kind of pounding the table for Rashid Shaheed, just because to me he brings the same kind of dynamic receiving and return ability that the Seahawks have with Rashid Shaheed. I thought those were going to be easy picks for the Rams. So when they went with Ty Simpson, that did surprise me. Obviously, is a plan for the future with the Rams, but they traded away Jared Goff for the whole idea was to have a quarterback who has the just absolute cannon that Matthew Stafford offers, and to basically take a step right back to the quick game here with Ty Simpson is surprising, and I think it's all it's going to do is anger Matthew Stafford that much more, and it just speaks to the franchise's concern about how much Matthew Stafford has back left.
All right, I got about a minute left, and I want to get 2 things in, so give me about 25 seconds on each. One, who had your favorite draft? Which team last night?
favorite draft last night, I'm going to go with Kansas City Chiefs. Mansour Delane, and then coming back with the defensive tackle, Peter Woods, to me, I think is an underrated quality selection for the Chiefs.
All right. And then tonight, give me somebody the Seahawks will draft tonight.
Well, I mentioned the 7 corners. I'm going to go with...
Oh, I need a name.
Malik Muhammad, the cornerback from Texas. I just think his length, his agility, and the level of competition he's faced both during game day and then certainly in the practices, I think it's going to make him very well suited to come in to the Seahawks facility and be able to make an impact immediately.
Did everybody treat you well last night? I mean, I know things get a little dirty over there in the draft room. Hugh didn't bite you or anything, or Ian didn't insult you. Everything went well?
Everything went well. There was a couple of kicks under the table just because, other people were pushing for different players, different positions, and I've been, kind of pounding the table for Price this entire time. I feel like Bob Barker up there, but the price was right, and I'm always treated with such great kindness by everybody involved with the media and the Seahawks organization.
All right, well, I will see you tomorrow. Have fun tonight, and appreciate you joining us here this morning.
Always a pleasure, Chuck. Thanks. Look forward to tomorrow.
All right, Rob Rang joining us here. Fox Sports, our draft expert during the weekend, breaking it down for you. He's got the depth. He knows them all 1 through 7, so we lean on him heavily on Friday and night and on Saturday afternoon. So looking forward to spending a little time with him tomorrow. But he's been great for us all draft miss long. If you want to follow him, do so at Rob Ring. He got 9 out of his 32 picks. That's one more than Daniel Jeremiah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I mean, it's not 3 out of 3 or 3 out of 4, but
yeah,
it's good.
It's not 75%.
75%
like Ashley gets all the time.
All the time.
Hugh Millan's going to join us at 9 o'clock, and I just can't resist this Rams story. So more on it coming up on the next segment, KJR. right, Hugh Millan joins us at 9 o'clock, a full hour with Hugh coming your way right here at Chuck and Buck Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Of course, head on out to Tulalip Resort Casino at some point this weekend. I mean, Sean McVay might just need to get away from Los Angeles. May need to clear his head, some Pacific Northwest weather. Maybe you'll end up running into him at Tulalip Resort Casino. I mean, I doubt you'll run into Vrabel and Rossini.
No, their casino days are done, I think.
Yeah, I think so, but maybe he'll be there, and you can laugh at him for Les Need going behind his back.
And how angry he seems. It's very entertaining.
I mean, it's not the reason you would go to Tulalip Resort
No, but
Casino.
it's a bonus.
Could be a perk.
Yeah.
$75,000 carnival of cash all month long, 200 weekly prizes on the line out there. One lucky winner is going to get $10,000 grand prize at Tulalip Resort Casino and Quilceda Creek Casino. Play your favorite games and earn entries all month long with your one club card. And if you need more details, man, I don't have time to give them all to you. So go to everythingtulalip.com. Oh, man, it is. The story just keeps getting better for me. This Rams, Sean McVay, Les Need, Ty Simpson story from last night. I thought it was it was certainly the wow moment of the night. Wow, the Rams just took Ty Simpson. I guess the rumors were true. They really, really liked Ty Simpson, see the end of the line with Matt Stafford, and they want to do a little baton handoff. When Matt's done, let's give it to a guy who probably needs a couple of years of development, and then he runs with it, and we don't have to skip a beat. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Still a wow moment, but I'm like rationalizing, okay, right. I guess Sean McVay really likes him. And then we found out Sean McVay doesn't like him, and maybe at all. In his post-game press conference with Snead and McVay behind microphones, pretty much Sean McVay had one message that he kept hammering home.
Claire, this is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address, the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So it made it an easier evaluation to be able to kind of say, all right, what would that look like if you did translate it to our level? But there was a lot of players that we liked, and there was a lot of thought that kind of went into it. And we do feel really fortunate that when you look at the 13th pick, we were able to get that where, Atlanta had an interest in getting a player last year. We would have taken Ferguson with our first-round pick last year to move back to still get the guy that we wanted and then to basically be able to get an extra pick. And then, oh, by the way, with your original one, go get a player like Trent McDuffie. So a lot of different things, but we're always going to make decisions that we think are best for the short and the long term. But, we'll be excited to be able to get to work with him, and that's where we're at.
Real excited.
And there were some other audio things. You have to just kind of read the body language.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like some of them he's just so short and angry that you can't see it.
The thing, and she's not talking stature-wise. He's short.
He is short, that's
but she's
true.
talking about his comments were short.
Yeah.
But he wasn't even in the room when they called Simpson. Snead had to call him in for the phone call. And then, and he was angry as he got to the phone. And then once he got to the phone, he put the smile on. That response that we played, though, I mean, if I could interpret it, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm one to interpret it this way, but there's an awful lot of talk about this here today. It just sounded like, hey, I've got to do this young man a solid here. I've got to play this off for his sake that we got a really good player. He does fit our system because I know he's heard Les Snead tell him that.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did that. And then on the phone call, he welcomed him, and he didn't want to ruin Ty Simpson's night.
Right. He was very pleasant to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we had the 13th pick. There were a lot of guys that we liked. We got this kind of 13th pick. We were very fortunate to have had it, and it felt like a luxury pick. And to me, my response is I would have used that much differently than a quarterback of the future.
Well, he talked more about what they could have gotten would have gotten last year and what they got by trading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It felt very much to me like I don't need another quarterback. Stafford's not at the end of his rope. I really like Stetson Bennett because he kept talking about Stetson Bennett last night. We don't, and I have 3 quarterbacks already that I like. We don't want a room of 4. Some teams only have 2.
We need an immediate impact.
And we didn't win the NFC West last year. We didn't win the Super Bowl. And the team that was better than us a year ago, we need to make moves to get better than them this year. And here we sit with a 13th overall pick, and we're spending it on a quarterback of the future 3 years down the road when I've told you over and over, Les, I like Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
That's how it came across to me, how it's come across to a lot of people out there. And then people, just like they've done with Vrabel and Rossini, are digging up things from the past. There was an interview he did with Kay Adams where he said, he told Kay Adams, I haven't done any homework on them. That was like 2 weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago. They hadn't done any homework on him. And then Greg Bell told us this morning that Sean McVay's never even met Ty Simpson. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It sounds very much to me like the general manager wrote a check that his ass couldn't cash. He told Simpson's family when they asked him and they consulted with him, should our son come out? Because he got $7 million of NIL money if he stays. Is he ready to come out? And Snead told them he is for sure a first-round pick. And then by the time we got to draft night, it didn't look like anyone else in the National Football League felt like he was a first-round pick, except Les Snead.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the 30th pick overall anymore because he traded it for McDuffie. So the only pick that I have to make good on my word to the Simpson family is to take him myself, even though I know it's going to piss off my head coach.
Just absolutely insane.
Oh, I love it.
I do too.
Oh, I love it.
Because it's not us.
Right. And because our biggest competitor in the division and probably for the Super Bowl repeat this year decided to take with their 13th pick something that will help them 3 years from now, while with our 32nd pick, we plugged our only hole.
Yeah. Yeah. There. Thank you.
That's fun. Hugh Millan next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, 9 o'clock hour here on a Friday of draft weekend. Oh man, it's been a great month, and here we are. I did tell Ashley though, like I think I'm tired.
I said to you, wait, how was yesterday? Only yesterday. It feels like it was a week ago.
I don't normally. Yeah, I'll crash like Friday on the drive home, but usually like the energy of the show and being live on a microphone, I don't feel that. But I think the Draftmas holiday, even though I'm still very enthused, I think I'm wiped out.
Need a rest.
I think I'm plumb tuckered.
I'm pretty excited for my coffee after the show.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of excited for my nap. It's Ashley Ryan and Chuck Powell with you here, 9 o'clock hour. And, of course, our Draftmas holiday is, the holiday is really about friends and family. And so we have Hugh Millan here with us for the 9 o'clock hour here on this Friday. We recap day number 1 of the draft. We preview a little bit day number 2 for you as well. And so our QB1 right here next to me here on KJR. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good morning.
Fun.
Good to be with you guys.
Fun last night.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Always fun.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that there wasn't the intrigue with the 6 quarterbacks or the Shedeur Sanders type of deal, but there's always stories that emerge as you go along.
Yeah. I mean, still 32 kids every year in the first round that get to realize their dream and still trade downs and trade ups and all sorts of drama.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. And, the Rams were in the middle of some drama. I know we'll get to that.
Oh, I can't wait to get into that with you. But we should start with the local football team and Jadarian Price, who they end up sticking and picking at 32. So what did you think of the result?
Well, first of all, I think there was it struck me watching the press conference, and I feel like I should preface this. I'm from Seattle. I can go back my sports memories in the early 70s, well over 50 years and I think there's 6 major teams that we've had with the 4 professionals and then Husky football and basketball. If you take all the coaches in there, Mike McDonald's in my top 3. I love the dude. I would not trade him for not one coach in this league.
Yeah.
And I could say the same about Schneider. I think these guys, I like them. I think they are at the top of their profession. But when I watched them after the, in the press conference, and the first thing that Mike McDonald, Schneider was talking about is, hey, we thought there was a lot of trades going on, that we're going to have some options there. Apparently they all dried up. And for him then to say, well, we took Jadarian Price, here's what it seems to me. First of all, if we just structure this logically, if you, on a scale of 1 to 10, you love the player at a 10, then you won't try and trade out of that position.
Mm-hmm.
Like so you cannot say that they're at a 10 on Price. They might love him. He may have been the number 1 on the board, but what it seems like, there's 11 different positions in the draft that we talked about: quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, interior offensive line, and offensive tackles. That's 6 categories on offense, 5 on defense: interior defensive linemen, edges, linebackers, safeties, corners.
Mm-hmm.
For you to believe that he was the number 1 on the board, you'd have to say that they hit the 1 and 11 dart. What seems more logical to me is that they want to trade partners at the end of the round, that their enthusiasm is less than a 10, might be a 9.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I absolutely think they really like this guy, but they wanted to trade out. And then when they didn't have a trading partner, because of what transpired with K9, their biggest need was a running back, and it appears they just said, hey, we got to take the best available player at a position we need. And it was Price. So at an event, I think that point notwithstanding, I have looked at the game tape of every single rush attempt that he had last year, every time they threw him the football. And so I have an evaluation there. But that's my initial thoughts about it. Is it seemed a little wonky, Chuck?
I agree.
in the press conference.
There wasn't the enthusiasm that there normally is. And I get you just went through it, so you probably hadn't wrapped your brain around how we want to present this because you had the last pick of the night. But it did seem a little strange that you started with explaining why you didn't do something else.
Yes. And if you try, and the trying to do something else part, you're putting at risk your percent chance that you're going to get Jadarian Price, which necessarily what follows from that is that you weren't at a 10. Now I'm totally ready to say they were at a 9.
Yeah.
And I believe they were at a 9. Call it an 8 or a 9. I believe they were right, but you can't tell me they're at a 10.
Right.
Because otherwise they would have just said, we ain't messing around with this. Here's the name, take that dude.
Mm-hmm. Run up to the podium.
Run up to sprint.
Yeah. And I think it also says they do draft a need. And they do recognize running back was a need.
Thank you.
Which was another thing.
Yeah.
And then the third thing that I would say is they are an organization. There are a lot of organizations that I do believe subscribe to the running backs are, I'm not going to overdraft a running back. That's not the Seahawks. That's not John Schneider. Rashad Penny was a first rounder. Nobody had him projected as a first rounder. And, they had Charbonnet in the second. Nobody had him projected as a second rounder except for John. So they are one of the organizations that has been willing to, if you want to use it as a phrase, overdraft a running back. And I'm not saying that they did that with Price last night, but I'm not surprised that where others might say, don't take a running back that high, John Schneider certainly does not feel that way.
Well, he's taken 3 running backs in the second round. Kristen Michael, Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet. He's taken 1 in the third round, C.J. Prosise. 2 in the fourth, Robert Turman and DJ Dallas. 1 in the fifth, Alex Collins, who had success with the Ravens, obviously more so here. And then Alex Collins, Spencer Ware in the sixth. And then everybody talks about Chris Carson in the seventh, but he was one of 4 others and in the seventh round. And the other names did nothing. So it's been a mixed bag, but I think that with the loss of K9, they were kind of forced in a position like they can't just wouldn't it be a hell of a coincidence that the number one guy left on their board was a running back out of 11 different positions, and that's the position that you needed the most? I think that'd be a hell of a coincidence. But in any event,
what kind of player did we get?
So look, I, as I said, watched every play, every carry and catch, and the dude has some serious lateral quickness. When he's in the hole and he sees a defender flash at him and he needs to get sideways and accelerate, it's smooth, it's quick. There's an acceleration there that belies his 10-yard split, which was 1.61. He was in the 28th percentile in the 10-yard split. That's the first 10 yards of your 40 when you run it at the combine. For what it's worth, K9 was in the 96th percentile. But that doesn't show on tape. He looks quicker than that number just said. I think his vision, his backside cutting, he's hitting it, and he doesn't have there's very few runs where I thought he gathered his feet to cut. I thought he was able to run and cut at or near full speed,
which is what we want.
Yeah. There's a couple where I'd say that took a long time to generate his direction, but those were few and far between. I thought he ran inside the tackles well. The idea he comes on and he says outside zone is my bread and butter, but he ran more inside than he ran outside. And now here's an important point about in watching the tape. He only had 1 rush the entire season from the quarterback under center. They were exclusively shotgun. The Seahawks, they had 145 from shotgun, and my computer went down in here, but it was like I think numbers right at about 450. So they were 26th in the league. The Seahawks were 26th in the league in running from shotgun, 5th in the league from running under center. And so when they ran the outside zone, we're going to get a little X-y and O-y, okay? So let's talk about the difference between how the Seahawks would run it and how Notre Dame ran it. If Sam Darnold is under center and the halfback's right behind him, that's what's called the dot position. Okay, it's a neutral position. So the running back is in line with the center and the quarterback. You got me? Let's say we're going stretch right, outside zone right. So now at the snap of the ball, the running back is going to go. He's reading the end man on the line of scrimmage block. He's trying to hook that outside defender. If he can hook him, he's going to bounce it. If he can't, then he reads the next guy in. And at that point, there's just a series of reads. You got to make the read by your third step. But when you're in the dot position, meaning right behind the quarterback, you're getting to that point of attack faster because of your original alignment. The way Notre Dame ran theirs, they started the season and they did some from pistol where he's behind, a little deeper, but that's essentially, you could call that a dot or neutral position. And there's they did a couple of quick pitches with pin and pull that don't really apply. But after the first couple of weeks, everything was with Price offset, so that if they're going stretch right, Price was offset behind the guard, like in the B gap, a little bit outside of the guard. And so he has a longer time to get to the point of attack, which means his reads are much more likely to cause him to go north and get up the field there. As opposed, now there was some time, there was a Texas A&M, there's a stretch where he got to the sideline. There's occasional times where he had a stretch, but because of his alignment being away from the point of attack, his read structure is just different, and how the offensive lineman flows. So he'll have to make a faster decision when he gets to the Seahawks.
My response to that would be, I think the average sports mind, and I'm raising my hand, or football mind, would ask this. I get what you're saying, and there's going to have to be an adjustment, but I'd be a lot more worried about the quarterback making that adjustment than a running back. To me, it would sound like that's something that a good running back, good athlete could make a quick adjustment to. Am I right or wrong about that?
So for the quarterback, if you're in shotgun and I'm going stretch right, so I'm in shotgun, the running back's to my left, I just hold the ball. I just hold the ball out, and if there's a read involved, trying to hold the backside in, then I'm reading the backside in, and if he crashes down, I might pull it, which Notre Dame quarterbacks did. But from a quarterback standpoint, if he's offset, there's no issue. If it's in pistol, if I'm in shotgun, it's pistol. That's with the running back behind me. Those are easy steps. I just, if it's stretch right, I just angle backwards and to my right. Under center, you kind of gotta hump in a little bit. You get the ball and sprint to the spot where you're giving them the ball, and stretch wide zone originated as an idea to keep the play action alive. Like in the old days, O.J. Simpson, student body right or what have you. You just toss the ball. If you want to get wide, you just toss the halfback the ball. Reason stretch came into the whole equation is that now you're sprinting out there, but you still have the ball, and if you don't give him the ball, then you can loop back around. Outside zone. Alex Gibbs was the godfather of this with the Broncos, with John Elway handing the ball to Terrell Davis. So if you go stretch left, Elway is gonna sprint over to as if the ball's going to the left side of the offense. But then if he doesn't give the ball to Terrell Davis, the defense is all flown, but he's holding on to the ball. Elway's holding on to the ball more for a longer period of time than if he would have just turned around and tossed it to Terrell Davis. Right? Yeah. So now when at the point where he doesn't give the ball to Terrell Davis, now he turns out and he has a bootleg and he has a naked keeper to the right, and he throws the ball out in the flat, and he threw a touchdown to Rod Smith in the Super Bowl when he was the Super Bowl MVP against the Falcons off of that boot. And so the quarterback's part of it, I think, is different than what I'm trying to say about the running back. The running back.
I'm not talking about the part. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the transition from I ran an offense where the quarterback was not under center all that much. I would think that'd be a difficult transition for a quarterback to make, to be in an offense where I'm under center more now, where versus a running back.
Well, I think I think here's how the stretch is going to change for Jadarian Price. If he's going stretch right, tight, and let's say he's running the tight end, but he lines up, we'll call it just right behind the left guard, or even in the B gap between the guard and the tackle. That means he has a longer path to go to get to that tight end. Now, that spot's going to move once the ball's snapped because the players are moving. But if you just say the spot, it's going to take him longer to get there. So his read is more likely to force him to go up north and not get the stretch. Like, for him to get the stretch from that alignment, way over by the left guard, he's got to run 8 miles to get to the tight end. And by that time, the idea that you would have the defensive end hooked so that you actually stretch it and get it to the boundary, that's far less likely. But if you're aligned behind the center, now you're closer to that point of attack, and there's a better chance where you say, you read that tight end, A.J. Barner gets that hook, and you go, oh, I think I can get that. I think I can get to the sideline on that, and then the act of being able to get outside and actually turn it into a stretch, a wide play, that now all of a sudden the linebackers are flowing faster because they go, whoa, these guys are a threat to actually get to the outside, and that's the construct of the wide zone. So I think that Notre Dame, the way they did it, they delayed it, and he was more likely to go up and into the belly of the defense as opposed to try and get outside. But man, I know without a napkin to draw it, that's hard to communicate. But it's a big adjustment for him potentially.
Okay.
I mean, it all of the angles and the timing changes.
All right. Well, in our last couple minutes of this segment, I do want to ask you about something I heard you say last night. It's not that Jadarian Price has not proven he's durable. He's just not having the opportunity to prove he's durable.
Yeah.
And being undersized and never having been a RB1 in his entire college career.
Yes.
How concerned should we be about that?
Well, I think until he proves it, it's a concern. He only had 8 and a couple decimal points average per game on touches, and that's counting the catch. He only had 6 catches on 7 attempts. So all of his touches were and I looked at all those 7 attempts, but to him, and he catches the ball fine, but you don't see any, like, he's not, we haven't seen any Christian McCaffrey in him, what have you. But I think he's a more than sufficient receiver of the ball. But getting back to the touches, so call it 8 touches a game and change. He's at 203 pounds. 203 pounds, that is from 203 is a 22nd percentile for running backs. His 5'11" is the 57th percentile, so he's normal height. K9, the guy he's replacing, was 2 inches shorter at 5'9", but he was 2'11", and so he was the 20th percentile in height, K9, but he was the 44th percentile in weight. So they inverted. So the body mass index.
Yeah.
You look at K9, he is a stocky dude. We stand right next to him. He's a stocky dude. He looks like he's built to take the hits. So Price goes up in height by 2 inches and down in weight by 10 pounds. That's a shift in the BMI. So it's a more, I don't want to say thin or fragile. It's a less stocky frame. And 203, as we said, 22nd percentile. If you want to have a workhorse, they're generally not that light. Now, he said that his playing weight at Notre Dame was like 205 to 208, and that he wants to play at 210. But even at 210, obviously, if he's the exact same weight as K9 and he's 2 inches taller, his BMI is always going to be less.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
at the same height. So there's some concerns there that, little nagging thing. You start taking some hits and you start missing some time, what have you. But he hasn't shown that. He had Achilles. He tore his Achilles his freshman year. So there's at least an injury to be aware of coming in. But he's not undurable.
Yeah.
It's just when you look and you say, okay, we're essentially stretching out K9. We're making him taller and lighter, which means his frame isn't as dense. And so you want to take those hits. You'd like to have a little bit more. You'd like to have a little bit higher BMI.
Yeah, and we're no longer in a. You got to get that running back 25, 30 touches a game like we did when we grew up. It's more probably 15 to 18 is what you would be asking from him, but that's still 10 more than he's getting right now, and the hits he's going to take are going to be more violent.
I'm not sure if it's even 15 to 18. It might be, I think K9 was hovering around 13 before the Charbonnet.
Still, it's a jump.
Yes, but it's not just when we were kids. Franco Harris, Sean Alexander and LaDainian Tomlinson, all those guys. That was an era where you had several guys over 20 attempts per game.
Yeah. Hugh Millan is with us. We are, of course, talking about the NFL draft, and the Seahawks weren't the only team drafting last night, as it turns out. I've got to get your take on this Rams thing that's going on, so we'll do that next.
All right.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Communication Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Draft weekend, more coverage tonight on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Hugh Millan, Rob Rang, Ian Furness, Softy, Dick, they'll all be out there at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center, and then our coverage will conclude tomorrow. We'll be out again to the VMAC to give you rounds 4 through 7, but certainly with the Seahawks having 2 picks right now, 64 and 96 on the clock, you're going to want to be tuned in to get Hugh's instant reaction to that. He's in studio with us here this morning to talk about the draft. We've already talked about Jadarian Price, the Seahawks pick at number 32. I got to get your thoughts, though, on this Rams drama that's going on right now. And, I mean, it was a kind of a shocking pick based on all of the information that was being floated around before the draft, that he might not even be taken in the first round. Then he goes at 13th, and my reaction to it, Hugh, was just like, oh, I guess Les Snead, Sean McVay really loved this guy. Oh, okay, all right, I get it. Stafford's old. It's great, but he's old. So, hey, they're just going to go with a little smooth transition. I'm going to celebrate it a little bit in my own heart because it feels to me like the Rams didn't get better with that pick, and the Seahawks have a chance to get better with their 32nd pick from where they're at right now. And then I woke up this morning to all sorts of talk about how McVay hates this pick. Read the body language. Listen to what he's saying and what he isn't saying. And so it feels to me, he didn't come out and say, I hate this pick. I hate Les Snead. I hate Ty Simpson. I hope they both have miserable lives. He didn't go as far as saying that, but my read of it is kind of what others are suggesting out there, that it doesn't look like Sean McVay likes this pick at all and feels angry that they didn't improve the team this year.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Well, I think intuition can often be, very reliable. I watched the YouTube videos of it, and I see what you're seeing. There, there's the term damning with faint praise. I think Sean McVay damned that pick with faint praise and with faint enthusiasm. So I agree. Now, maybe he was distracted about something else, but I was borderline stunned by the pick. A, that it was that high. B, that it may, let's just be a Ram fan for a second. Okay, let's try and contort ourselves into that space.
Does that mean I should try to fight you at the game? Or show up late.
Is that what it? Yeah, right. Yeah, with the cheese, wine and cheese. So I would look at my team, the Rams, in this scenario, and say, "Hey, we're just as good as the Seahawks. Like, we're knocking on the door." I mean, Reuben Bain was available. Kenyon Sadiq was available. Do you want me to go through the guys that they could have taken that are an immediate help of the football team now to beat the Seattle Seahawks? You got Matthew Stafford. What do you think Matthew Stafford thought when they took all of that value? And if you didn't want to pick at 13, trade down. Look at the Jimmy Johnson chart. There's a lot of value in that. Trade for 2 seconds and a third. And so to get a guy, and then moreover, what strikes me as stunning is I thought Jared Goff was a exceptional quarterback for the Rams. If you go back and look at some of the years he had, that dude, like, remember that Monday night game against Kansas City? He threw for like 4, like he was the degree of difficulty that Jared Goff was asked to execute when he was the Rams quarterback. Like every play you're calling, it's like, well, the primary receiver is, a 28-yard cornerback on the far hash. Like Sean McVay asks a lot of his quarterbacks. And when Goff, who took him to a Super Bowl, didn't quite deliver, what'd he do? He went and he said, I just need more horsepower. I need more juice. I need more. I need a guy that can just rip a ball into the tightest of windows. So he sends off a first-round pick and Jared Goff to get Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
So he elevates. So now he's operating with an arm that is at the top of the food chain. right? Like Matthew Stafford can throw with Josh Allen, with Pat Mahomes. He can throw with anybody on planet Earth, even at this age.
Yeah.
And so now you're going to drop down to a guy that has, like that's the arm strength is one of the biggest knocks on him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I literally was like, okay, how does this make sense? Now, I know he's friends with Kyle Shanahan. They've coached together. Arguably, they're the tandem, the freshest offensive young minds, pushing around 40 years old. I mean, these dudes are studs.
Still young.
And maybe the Brock Purdy effect impacted him enough. This is me thinking last night.
Right.
But it doesn't make sense that you needed Matthew Stafford, but now you're ready to drop all the way down to a Brock Purdy arm?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ty Simpson has a stronger arm than Brock Purdy, but there's some limitations there, and so that shocked the hell out of me. And the idea of the timing of at the end of Stafford's career, where they have as talented as any team in the league, that roster. Why would you not want to get a guy that can help push you over? I mean, if they had drafted Reuben Bain Jr. right now and now let's get back to the reality, and we're Seahawks fans, we'd have been saying, "Oh crap."
Yeah.
That's what I would have been saying.
Verse, Bain, Fisk.
Yeah. Like, whoa, that's going to be a load. Or, how are we going to deal with Kenyon Sadiq? Or what, there's other guys. I mean, Dylan Thieneman, the safeties are kind of suspect. This Thieneman can, he's a gazelle in the back end. It's like, whoa, he's going to be an impact player, like the way Cooper DeJean, you get the right piece. As a rookie DB, even a DB can like almost seemingly turn your team around. And the Rams passed on all of that to pick a quarterback that we don't know when he's going to play, and we don't even know if the head coach likes him.
Right. Win.
Yeah, win.
Hilarious.
Yeah. and what's Matthew Stafford saying? Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Right. What did we just do?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It really looks like Les Snead didn't care what Sean McVay wanted to do and just did it on his own. And that's crazy.
If that's true, I mean, I
think Sean McVay has more power in that building than he does.
I would agree with that. I know Kevin Demoff, the president of the Rams, because he's Marvin Demoff's son, who's my agent my whole career. And when Kevin was like 10,
well,
11,
he had all the greats. He had Elway and Marino and Millan. And, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's already written in the history books, right? He already, so let it be written. I remember meeting him, going to, I think it was Hollywood Park or some racetrack in L.A., and we spent the afternoon, Marvin and Kevin, gambling on horses and all. So I've known Kevin a long time, had a lot of conversations with him, and I would agree with you. I would, having talked with Kevin about how he feels about Sean McVay, I would say Sean McVay is, everything goes downhill from him.
Yeah.
So I would agree with that. That is a big that's a big development. If what your suggestion is true,
feels like it.
Because I thought Les Snead was among the best GMs. You said if John Schneider is the best, well, who's he in competition with? Brandon Beane, Les Snead, some guys that have really accomplished some things. But I thought Les Snead is just about as good as any of them, and of course McVay's about as good as any coach. So, but for them to have friction like that. Having a disagreement about the 13th pick and your future quarterback, that is not a small matter.
No.
How
does that not get run through the head coach?
Yeah. That is not, do you want toffee creamer in the refrigerator or hazelnut? Like that, this is a big deal. The 13th pick. No.
Yeah. All right, well, we've got one more segment here with Hugh and a lot more to talk about. We won't be able to get to 1,000th of it, but we'll close it out next. We'll close out our week of morning shows here on Chuck and Buck. So stick with us, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Head on out to Tulalip Resort Casino or Quilceda Creek Casino. Maybe take in the draft. I mean, you got NBA playoffs going on, NHL playoffs going on. You got Major League Baseball. I mean, it's going to be a great night of viewing. I love this time of the year, and if you want to spice it up a little bit, head on out to Tulalip Resort Casino. After all, they've got the Carnival of Cash going on. In addition to all of that, head to the DraftKings Sportsbook and just have a ball. Also, quickly want to mention, before I forget, thank you to Chris Budorf, who apparently left me a gift last night, a pen. Says players trust on it. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to promote that, but I was left a note this morning that said Chris Budorf wanted me to have this pen. So thank you, Chris Budorf. All right, we're getting ready to close out the show, close out the week. Ashley, myself, we normally do booze news here, Hugh, but we weren't sure if you could handle alcohol. Have you ever had it before in your life? Have you ever had any alcohol in your life?
Have you ever
well-
ever had tequila, Hugh? Ever?
Ian and I were at Dino's last night after the draft, and we had our annual car bomb shooting.
Is that right?
Experience, yeah.
What a great tradition that is.
Yeah, that started when I said, "Hey, I got a little bit of Coug in me."
Uh-oh.
I'm a Husky. I got a wee bit of Coug in me. Let's go be Cougs.
Oh my gosh, a little part of Salty just died hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, I think my Husky brethren understand. They know exactly what I'm describing. Now, the Cougs wouldn't understand, but my Huskies are at a high enough plane. They get it.
All right, I'm going to bring something up here to close out the show. We've got our QB1 here with the draft last night. You know what? I do this draft miss thing. I've made some pretty bold predictions. I've been wrong a lot about the NFL draft, but I nailed Baker Mayfield was going to be the number one pick that entire draft year. And you know who credited me with that? The only person at the entire station, Hugh Millan. He gave me credit for it.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah. And then 2 years ago, I said the 6 quarterbacks are going to be gone before the Broncos are done picking at number 12. One person credited me. Hugh Millan came on the air and said, "You nailed that." So
Jadarian Price.
I'm listening last night. I'm listening last night. I have been saying that Jeremiah Love was going to go third.
Oh, okay.
Weeks.
Okay.
Before anybody else was
saying
saying
you were dying for a cookie?
And I thought maybe he was going to throw out there that, Chuck did it again. He nailed
nothing.
Oh, Father Draft Miss. He nailed it again. And you know what I'm chalking it up to, Ashley?
What?
Hugh's just had enough of mock drafts. That's what I think. Based on our conversation from earlier this week, I think Hugh has had enough with mock drafters, and he doesn't want to hear anymore. Am I right about that?
I got a thought about that in a second, but Jeremiah Love, when I heard you say it, I thought it was already at the point where it was everybody was saying it. But if you in fact were early on it,
week one of draft miss,
then absolutely yes. We'll get it, that star that's on the Christmas tree. We'll put that on your head, and you deserve to wear it. Yes, the Draftmas tree.
Yeah.
As for you're busting my chops about my take on mock drafts.
Yep.
And let me clarify.
Because you said on our airwaves that everybody, there are too many people.
I just made an offhanded comment, and let me clarify, because I think we have a category area in the misunderstanding. If you were talking about, hey, fans getting involved, and not unlike the NCAA basketball bracket, I love that. By all means, I would be all down for that. That's more people loving football, more people getting involved. I'd be like, yeah, let's do. I think that's awesome, and I don't know that people have done enough studying, but I think that'd be cool if that was a thing.
They don't study in the NCAA basketball at all. They still fill out their brackets.
Some people guess on mascots.
Right? Yeah, but everybody understands that.
Yeah.
What I was referring to is that to do a mock draft, like a 7-round mock draft.
Yeah.
They're
out there.
You are either you barely know the players, okay, and I'm talking about people who pass themselves off as an expert on it, and they start off on a website Wally, and then whether it's CBS Sports or Sporting News or something, that they need to have content, so they'll say, hey, you're doing a website. Come into our network. We'll take half your money, but at least you can say that you're a part of CBS or these deals, because it's hard to find somebody who's doing 7 rounds with any expertise behind it, right? Because how many former players or coaches are really going to take the time to study that much tape to actually do it? Now Mel Kiper's the OG.
Yeah,
he'll
do it.
He stands alone. Like, he's been doing it for 45 years. He's above this because he's the original, right? I think he should be in the Hall of Fame.
I do too.
I'm not going to detract from Mel Kiper, but you kind of start to it's crazy. These guys, you hear them on a radio station or whatever, or on TV, and then you look at their background. They have no football background, and I promise you put them up on a whiteboard, and you said, okay. Draw the Mills pass concept against an overcover front. Now against an under from the right hash to left hash. When the
Ashley,
the overhang defender
go do it.
Walks out over the slot receiver. Does the slot receiver go inside of the overhang or outside, and why? Like, if you start pulling on them like on their football knowledge, it's going to crumble. It's going to be a junk show, and yet. A guy will come on and say, "Hey, my 8th corner on the board is this guy," and I just go, "What? Your 8th corner?" Like, and I know they've never played or coached or scouted, and I'm like, what basis? Because did you go AI on that, or did you just read a bunch of others? And so I think that there are so many mock drafts out there, and the comment I made is, if you think you're homeless, you're destitute, you're about to take a cardboard, a draw, please help. First, before you do that, you got a chance. Do a mock draft, because somebody says there's going to be a market for you. Like, so I was talking about people that I know damn well don't know football, that are putting out a mock draft and saying my this, my that. And I know it would be a junk show if you put them on a whiteboard and ask them to describe, draw plays, draw coverages, draw protections. I know that it would. They got nothing. Like me in hockey or something. Like it would be that would be laughable, right? And so, anyway,
but you do share the draftness spirit.
Love it.
You can mock away out there
if you want to do a bracket,
right?
And you got, did you say you got 9 right?
I got 9 right.
I bet you got more than Mel Kiper.
I did. He got 5.
He got 5. Yeah. And you know what? It's such a and that's another part of the mock draft. Even like I don't know. It's really hard. And you know what? They're never gonna hold it against you next year.
No.
When you come out with a mock draft, you're not going to say to Mel Kiper, you only got 5 last year.
I can get 1 right next year.
We can't all get 75% of our draft picks,
like
right?
Ashley did. Yeah, exactly.
Ashley she got 75%.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. She got 3 out of 4 picks right yesterday on the airwaves.
Including
Jadarian Price.
No, it was from the whole first round.
Yeah, she nailed Jadarian Price, too. Yeah.
Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets.
You picked 4 out of the 32, and you went 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
You go, girl.
Yeah, I know. I'm
really good at guessing.
No, you're better at Mel and Daniel Jeremiah.
Give it to me. Okay, we got to bask in the success for a second. Who did you have?
I did David Bailey to the Jets.
Yeah,
a girl.
Omar Cooper.
Well, that could have been a lot. That could have been a lot of people. You weren't allowed to take Fernando.
No, we weren't. Omar Cooper to the Jets.
Ooh.
And Jadarian Price to the Seahawks.
Yeah, she got them all.
Wow.
Yeah, she won.
That's good.
I'm not bitter about it at all.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
How many of the 4 did you get?
I got 1 with 1 pending tonight.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's actually my second year winning this one.
Yeah. Well, all right. We are out of time. We're going to be late for the Greg Bell Show. But have fun tonight. Enjoy. We'll be listening.
Yeah, love it.
All right.
Yep.
Hugh Millan.
Okay.
Have a great
Thank
weekend.
You.
Glad
Great to be with you.
Enjoy the draft, and we'll talk to you on Monday morning with Hugh Millan, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
the city last month. Only the fourth running back chosen in the 51-year history of the Seahawks in the first round. Rashad Penny was the last one in 2018. Got to go back to Sean Alexander and Kurt Warner for the only other times the Seahawks have gotten a first-round pick. We're going to talk tons more about surrounding that pick, why Price, John Schneider thinking he was trading down, how it didn't come up. At 11 o'clock, we're going to speak live from North Texas with Price's high school coach on who and what has made Price the Seahawks' first-round draft pick. 8 trades in all last night in round 1, 6 in the spots right before the Seahawks, the 20 through the 31st picks. Surprise pick of the night by far, the Rams selecting Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson at 13. That changed the Seahawks' ability to trade down from 32. We will talk about Coach Sean McVay, and you could see the steam coming out of his ears when his GM Les Snead picked Ty Simpson at 13. Eagles traded up to pick USC wide receiver Malachi Lemon while he was on the phone with the Steelers who were about to pick him. We're going to talk about that more later, too. The Cowboys drafted edge rusher Malachi Lawrence of Central Florida. That's who I thought the Seahawks would draft if he was lasting that long, and he did not. Second and third rounds today. Second round begins at 4 p.m. in Pittsburgh, our time. Seahawks likely focusing on cornerbacks, edge rushers. The cornerback market is really pushed down. We'll talk about that. The Seahawks then have the final picks of the second round, 64th overall, 96th overall, the third round. That's a little draft capital or value incentive now to move back and get more picks. So they may indeed end up with the 4 picks they have in this draft. Saturday, they have a lone pick in round 6. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel says he's going to be away from the team that Seattle beat in the Super Bowl to be with his family, where he now needs to be. That's after the New York Post yesterday published more photos of the married Vrabel and the married NFL reporter Diana Rossini of them kissing in a bar in New York City about 6 years ago. Chris is shaking his head at the absolute absurdity of the whole thing. I agree. Mariners off yesterday, traveled to Missouri. They're going to have a 3-game series against the Cardinals in St. Louis. 5:15 starts Seattle time today. George Kirby on the hill for the M's in Busch Stadium. Tomorrow, Brian Wu is at 11:15 a.m. start Seattle time. Emerson Hancock, same time Monday morning for the series finale. Then they go to Minnesota. The road trip goes to play the Twins. NBA playoffs. Hawks beat the Knicks last night in Atlanta to take a 2-1 series lead in their best-of-7 first-round series. The Knicks haven't won since I said I wanted them to win at all.
You're bad luck, Greg.
Minnesota, they thumped Denver, take a 2-1 series lead. That probably surprised Chris. Toronto blew out Cleveland in Canada last night to take a 2-1 series lead. And tonight, the Trailblazers host the Spurs, trying to take a 2-1 lead on the second-seeded San Antonio's tonight. Unknown if Victor Wembanyama is going to play tonight in the Rose Garden down I-5. That concussion he got in Game 2. Stanley Cup playoffs. Buffalo won at Boston to take a 2-1 lead in their best-of-7 first-round series. Carolina won at Ottawa, and Colorado won at Los Angeles. Both those teams have 3 games and none lead in their series. And now on for a packed Friday show. Happy Friday. Beautiful Friday morning in the Pacific Northwest. You can see all the way across Elliott Bay. Sun shining off the Space Needle. Hopefully it's a beautiful day wherever you are listening, either in the region, across the country on 93.3KJR.com, or anywhere in the world on the iHeartRadio app. Hello, Chris. Good morning.
Whoa, Greg. Good morning to you as well on this beautiful Friday.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. It's suspected spring now. All right.
It's feeling good out here.
It's always the way. The draft comes, and I get to be inside for 3 days, and the weather's the best it's been so far this spring. Supposed to be beautiful here in Seattle all weekend. Could be beautiful for you if you won $1,000 on our Grand Slam cash giveaway by entering a nationwide keyword at 933kjr.com. You can do that right now. You can do it at every hour, every weekday between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. now through May 22nd. Right now, this hour's keyword is coin, C-O-I-N, although we would pay you in cash, probably Venmo or some kind of electronic transfer, actually. But coin, C-O-I-N, is the word to enter this hour. 933kjr.com for your chance to win $1,000 in our Grand Slam cash giveaway. Big show today. I'm really cool that you got a hold of the high school coach for Jadarian. I got to get that right.
Man, J.D. Price. How about that, Greg?
They call him
Make it
J.D.
easy.
That's what John Schneider said last night.
Yeah, that's his new name, J.D.
J.D. Jadarian Price is how he pronounces it, we were told. His high school coach in Denison, Texas. It's in North Texas, right across the Red River from Oklahoma. That's where he grew up. And that's a city that has 65%, a crime average above 65% of the towns and cities in our country. He grew up with a single mom as his mother. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We're going to talk about his high school coach who knows all about the background of Jadarian Price and how he got to become the Seahawks first-round draft pick. We'll talk about it. We'll talk to him at 11 o'clock. So why'd they take Price? Well, let's get to the crux of it. They were trying to trade down. They thought they were going to trade down, and then the floor dropped out behind it, right under it. 6 trades between the 20 and 31st picks. Chris, I don't think it was the intent of the San Francisco 49ers, but the rivals screwed them. They traded down twice right in front of the Seahawks. The second time extinguished the Seahawks' last chance to get a second-round team back up in the first round, the New York Jets. The Jets took the 31st pick that the 49ers had traded for, took the 31st pick right in front of the Seahawks, and there the Seahawks had no more trade partners that wanted to trade up into the first round to 32. That's why they picked. And then it became a calculus of, for John Schneider, Mike McDonald, and their staffs, can we wait until 64? Because now we don't have a second-round pick in the 30s or 40s like we thought we were going to because we didn't trade down. Can we get Price at 64 at the bottom of round 2? And the answer obviously was no. They didn't think they could risk doing that. So that's why they chose him at 32. Yes, it was an overpick in the sense that he was probably a high, mid, second-round pick. But Seattle didn't have that, and they don't have the option to have that. They're not going to trade up today. It seems obvious that John Schneider is protecting his cachet of 12 draft picks and a much stronger draft next year. But those of you, I've got a lot of people asking me late last night, wow, it seemed like John Schneider and Mike McDonald were disappointed when they had their press conference and talking about the pick. Well, first of all, this is a very long process, very long days, and that was a very long day yesterday of John Schneider being on the phone from dark 30 until through the 32nd pick, and he was probably on the phone as soon as he got done talking to us and seeing what might be available today in rounds 2 and 3. But the other thing was they really did think they were going to get into the second round, could get Price and an extra pick. Now, Chris, it looks like they're going to be with 4 picks this weekend.
Yeah, it caught everybody for a surprise just because going in, I think everyone put money on John Schneider finding a way to accumulate more picks. That was what you and I talked about. I think every show discussed that in some shape or form. The bigger question was, what if? I mean, I remember I joked with Greg and said, you don't need to show up till about 8 o'clock, technically.
Which is true.
I mean, it still worked out, but imagine if Greg just was like, he's not going to do anything. And then, anywho, the aspect of, was it a bit of a reach? You look at the draft boards from The Ringer to ESPN, they all had J.D. Price around 55, maybe 60, depending on what board you look at. And the Seahawks got him at 32. So, it might be an overreach for production and what he could do. But the Seahawks are like, you know what? He was a guy that was available on our board. We couldn't really wait to see if things would fall our way because, as you could see, it didn't. They had trades in mind, and everyone screwed them. At every turn they tried, whether the Buffalo Bills, as you mentioned, their rival and the 49ers, like everyone was making deals and trades, and the Seahawks didn't find a dancing partner, and they had to make a pick. They were in a situation where it's like, we just cannot not take a player. So the best on their board was Mr. Price, and that's who they went with. And congratulations to him. He's got an opportunity now to come to Seattle and do things. So I'm excited to see what this kid can do. I know Hugh Millan and who else was on the end yesterday? Oh my gosh, Rob Rang. They talked about his style and how he can fit in, and he's running back one right now, albeit Mike McDonald and John Schneider are going to say something different, but we all know he is the better guy on the roster right now. So I'm excited just to see how they use him in the offense. He didn't get too many opportunities as a starter, if any, when he was at Notre Dame because, there was a guy that was really good that was ahead of him. So with that being said, he's going to get a lot of opportunities in Seattle, and best of luck to the kid. He should fit right in.
Yeah, you pick him first round, he's playing. And you got him for the next 4 years. As we mentioned, the 6 true tailbacks on the roster, none of whom are on the roster or signed to the roster beyond 2026. So, yeah, he's playing. But why'd they take him? Well, first of all, everyone at this level, everyone who gets to even be at the combine and eligible for the draft and considered to be picked in the NFL, they all have 40 times within, if you're a skill position player, 4.3 to 4.6. They're all strong as hell. They've all been the top of their class in high school and college, and they're the best of the best. They're all of that on the football field. What the essence of the draft is the off the field, the background, the character, the makeup, and why they are here. That's what I write about. That's what I ask about. And more, that's what the Seahawks pick for. Mike McDonald said last night the type of person he is a large reason why Jadarian Price, is the latest Seahawk. Well, his background. I mentioned his raised by a single mother. His mother, Jessica Butler, had him when she was 17 years old in North Texas. The father was out of the picture pretty soon after that. She also had 2 younger daughters. When Price was 12 years old, his mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. Then grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, they drove mom to 16 rounds of chemotherapy. While middle schooler Price, Jadarian Price was at the time 12 years old, he took care of his 10-year-old and 6-year-old sisters at home. He cooked for them. He made sure they got to school on time. He made sure they were doing their schoolwork while he himself was doing the same thing and starring in football. He went through Denison High School in Texas. As I mentioned, a city that has a higher crime rate than 65% of American cities. He was all district as a running back his junior and senior seasons at Denison High School, and he earned a scholarship to Notre Dame. In 2017, 2 years after she was diagnosed with breast cancer, his mom, Jessica Butler, beat it. She was declared cancer-free. Jadarian Price tore his Achilles in 2022, his freshman year at Notre Dame. Ruined his whole season, didn't play at all. That's why he only has 3 college years on his resume. Yet he stayed. And he was offered millions of dollars to leave Notre Dame because he was the backup to Jeremiah Love, and he stayed. He said, I wanted the challenge of being the backup to the best player in college football. It's what he thinks Love is. Sure enough, Love was picked 3rd in the draft, the entire draft last night by the Arizona Cardinals. He said, I asked him about his mother being his inspiration. He says his mother is his rock, his life. And I asked him what the value of her inspiration is and how it has propelled him. And he said, you know what? When I was at Notre Dame complaining about not playing, or when I tore my Achilles and I had a 12-month process to get back, and I thought I was having hard days, I thought of my mom. And I thought of how she got through this. And he thought to himself, this isn't hard. Look what my mom did. Mom is his rock. You can bet that Jessica Butler on September 9th, a Wednesday night, will be inside Lumen Field to watch her son be the lead running back for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. That's what the draft's about. Every one of the 255 plus whatever it is this year players that get drafted, every year the 250 plus players that get drafted, they all have a story. They all have a path. And we all can see their football, and we've watched it, and they're all making tons of money now in college because of NIL and the transfer portal. They're all the same in that regard. The football's the same. They're all fast. They're all strong. They're all skilled, but they're all different in how they got here. And how they got here in their makeup is what the Seahawks have really tuned into for this Mike McDonald culture. It's why he's here. Mike McDonald talked about that last night. I asked him, what about the family upbringing and what Jadarian Price saw growing up attracted him to the Seahawks culture?
Well, look, I'm hearing the story from the people that are involved in the process, and it's interesting exercise to put yourself in their shoes from when that happened in their life, and it like that really grounds you pretty quickly, you know. And so I mean, a lot of these guys throughout the whole process, you're just like, holy smokes, man! Like, you know, for them to be able to put themselves in this situation in their lives, given a lot of things that they've had to go through, is just really, really impressive. So you can't help but respect a lot of these guys.
Holy smokes, man! That's what Mike McDonald said. His father's going through a health battle of his own in Georgia, and hits pretty close to home to the 38-year-old head coach. What Jadarian Price has gone through with his mother beating breast cancer. I asked Price last night. We got him on the phone in Denison, Texas, a few minutes after he was selected by the Seahawks, and I asked him about the inspiration of his mother.
Yeah, it's inspired me a lot, specifically just the idea of going through adversity. I truly believe that in order to grow, you have to go through pain and adversity, and watching my mom go through that, it made me believe, like, there's nothing that could stop me getting to achieve my dreams, and because she went through the worst. So what's one little bad day or adversity for me, you know, that I can always get through it.
And if that's not enough to get you to like the newest Seahawk, this is what the phone call sounded like when John Schneider called Jadarian Price amid his family, his friends, and his high school teammates in Denison, Texas, to tell him he was the 32nd pick in the NFL draft last night.
Hello? Jadarian. Yes, sir. How you doing, bud? John Schneider with the Seahawks. Yes, sir. Hey, man, we're getting ready to pick you right here, brother. Yes, sir. And we're really excited for you, man. All your stuff throughout the spring was outstanding. It's so fun watching you play, and, man, we can't wait to make you a Seahawk, bud.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Hey, all right? Here's our head coach. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, you're a Seahawk, man.
Let's go, man.
First round pick. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much.
How you feeling?
Feeling great, man. I'm ready to ball, man.
That's awesome. Who are you with right now?
I'm with the family, everybody.
Oh, that's great, brother. That's great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
Thank you.
enjoy. I want you to talk to our OC, Brian Fleury, and then Thomas Hammock. You remember him from me with
Yes,
the
sir.
process. So,
Yes, sir.
sit tight, man. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you.
All right, brother. Here's Brian.
All right.
What's up, man?
What's up?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good.
I bet. Hey, man, I love meeting you at the Combine. I love everything about your attitude. That chip on your shoulder, don't lose that, man. That's what's gonna make you great in this league, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Enjoy the evening. Here comes our running back coach.
Congrats, man. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm good.
Hey,
Good.
Time to go to work.
Let's do it.
Hey, listen, like we talked about, it's been a long process, but worth it. I can't wait to hear your name called and get you up here next week.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
I can't wait.
Those emotions are real, man. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy it with your family. And congratulations.
Yes, sir. I will. Thank you.
No problem.
Jadarian Price last night in Denison, Texas, on the phone with the Seahawks. The last voice you heard was Thomas Pennick. He's the last of the hires, the newest, I should say, hire of the Seahawks assistant coaches. Running backs coach was the Northern Illinois head coach until Mike McDonald brought him in to the Seahawks staff. And the running backs coach for the Seahawks has the closest relationship with Jadarian Price. They spoke for a long time at the Combine, and then he had a Zoom call with the Seahawks coaching staff that Hammock led, and that 45-minute call, John Schneider said that Price knocked it out of the park. Hammock talked to Price about the fact he had 4 fumbles in college the last couple of years, a little bit concerning for a guy who only had 280 college snaps his entire career at Notre Dame. And he said that Hammock was already giving him pointers on how to hold the ball, what drills they want him to do when he gets here next week. And they talked ball. They said they just talked ball on that 45-minute Zoom call, and the Seahawks staff was blown away. But I think from that glimpse, you can get an idea what this means to Jadarian Price. So when you see him come in to Seattle, when you see him play his first games this fall, think of the backstory of how he got here. Every one of the players on the Seahawks have a backstory. Every one of them have a story unique to them on their why and why they got here. And increasingly, including in team meetings and position meetings last year, the Seahawks players are sharing their whys. Leonard Williams talks a lot about this. Ernest Jones talks about this. Talked about it when his father passed away last spring. He and I, Ernest Jones and I, lost our fathers a month apart last spring. And we talked about this, what our why is. And they know now Jadarian Price's why. And that is what they want inside their culture. The Seahawks' task in this draft is to find guys that merge into their championship culture, what they think is the reason why they won the Super Bowl. I say they took a huge first step in that regard last night. Coming up, tons more to talk about in the NFL draft, including why they didn't trade down, what conspired against them, the Ty Simpson, Los Angeles Rams, Sean McVay smoke coming out of his ears story. 11 o'clock, we'll talk to Jadarian Price's high school coach in Denison, Texas. Your text, 49451. Read them back at 11:30 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. How do you feel about the draft? What do you think about the prick of Price? Where do you think they go from here in the second and third round, position-wise, player-wise, you'd like to see come off the board for the Seahawks today? All that coming up on a packed show on a Friday. Happy Friday to you on 93.3 KJR FM. 3.3 KJR FM. Big day today for the Seahawks and for KJR. We'll be out there again this afternoon. 4 o'clock is when the second round begins of the NFL draft at Seahawks headquarters. Second and third round. Seahawks have the 64th pick, the final pick of round 2. 96 pick, the final round 3. They'll pick tonight, probably around 6 p.m.-ish, I'd say, for the second round. Maybe a little bit earlier. It went fast last night. Remember, you can listen to the coverage we have all afternoon, all day long, from now through Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center from 12 until 3. Dave Softy Mahler, Dick Fain, Hugh Millan, 4 until who knows when. Last night it was till 9 o'clock. All of that on the iHeartRadio app. Go to 933kjr.com. Go to 933kjr.com for the feed. If you miss anything of our coverage, you can check the podcast on the left side of our website. We are on FM. You don't have to go to AM. You don't have to listen like you're on transistor radio in 1965. We are on FM, terrestrial radio, driving around your car, whatever. Listen to us all day long, all weekend long. Chuck Powell and I will be out there tomorrow. The third round, or the fourth round, fifth round, sixth round, seventh round, the third and final day of the draft begins 9 a.m. Seattle time on Saturday. Chuck Powell and I will be out there on 93.3 KJR FM. What surprised you, Chris? 49451, what surprised you on the Tacoma Dog text line? What did you love about last night's draft? What did you hate? What did you think about the new time of 8 minutes? Let us know. We'll read back at 11:30.
I love that it's 8 minutes, but
Yeah.
I think to John Snyder's point, if you're a good organization, it doesn't really affect you. You're prepared. You're well prepared. Obviously, trying to trade and do other things, that takes time, and obviously they couldn't make the deal, but I like that process of making it shorter. That way it's not a 5-hour event.
Yeah, they got it to about 3 hours and 10 minutes.
So that's a lot better, and maybe they push it to 7 minutes. Who knows how that continues to move forward. And I'm happy for all these young folks to get opportunity to live out their dream of playing at the next level. You know, it's a huge opportunity, and don't take it for granted, because a lot of these players will not make rosters, but at least you get the opportunity to, A, get your name called. If you're a first-round pick, you're going to be playing unless something happens, but for everyone else, it's just a really cool opportunity for you to go out there, showcase your skill, and get to have fun with it. You know, you get to play football for a living, take it serious, and enjoy the ride while you can, because it's a tough sport to play. It's very physical. You're not, I think it's 3 years you're guaranteed. So
that's not even guaranteed. Because,
well, yeah, 3 years is the opportunity. How about that? That's the better word, is you get a chance.
Even the rookie contracts you get as a draft pick are not guaranteed. You get a 4-year salary, 4-year contract, but you can be cut.
Yeah.
And there are examples, even last year with the Seahawks. Damian Martinez, the running back from the University of Miami and Oregon State, they've released him as a rookie draft pick. So last night, tonight, tomorrow are the apexes of their careers. For many of them, they'll never get a higher, more real moment than that. That is the pinnacle. It's why they do two-a-days in high school. It's why they do captain's practice, why they get up at 5:30 in the morning and do weightlifting and run the track and run the stadium steps for last night, tonight, and Saturday. And to me, that's the coolest part of the draft. And I could take or leave the 40-yard dash times and the vertical. Everyone has those. I get it. They're fast. They're strong. That's why they're where they are. It's their individual path to get here, like we talked about with Jadarian Price last segment. How did he get there? Well, they were going to trade back. They were going to take Price mid-early second round, and that was the plan, is to trade back and gain at least one more pick, to have at least 5. They could have netted a 4th-round pick had they been able to trade back in the first round. But we mentioned 8 trades, 6 happened right under their noses. The San Francisco 49ers traded back twice, including right in front of them. So the Seahawks are out of suitors. They could not trade with because they didn't have anyone to trade with. John Schneider talked about that and how it came to be that he wasn't able to deal his first-round pick for the 15th time in 17 drafts.
It was weird. I thought we were going back for sure. And then things just went, no. So I think everybody must have been hyper-focused there with, like, Rutledge, Chris Johnson, Falk. I forget who else written there. Sorry, it just happened.
Falk is the edge rusher that went right before from Auburn. Rutledge is the guard from Georgia Tech who went higher than a lot of people thought. He actually was one of the ones I nailed going to the Houston Texans in the mid-high 20s. But the pick that really changed everything was Ty Simpson, the quarterback, going to the Rams at 13, because then the Seahawks didn't have the quarterback that, say, the Arizona Cardinals at 32 might have jumped up to get after the Cardinals, as Chris mentioned, got Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back. By the way, last night, the first time in NFL history that two running backs from the same school were the first two running backs taken in the draft. There have been times, Arkansas had a few years ago, of running backs taken from the same school in the first round, but not the first two of the entire draft. And only two running backs have been taken. So it really conspired against the Seahawks, Chris, to trade down. It was their plan to do so. And now, because I mentioned earlier, at 64 and 96, if you trade down, you're going to get a 6th-round pick or a 7th-round pick, and that's not nearly the value. Those are more of the crapshoots and long shot prospects. So barring John Schneider getting into his haul of 12 draft picks and a much stronger draft next year, which it seems like he's not willing to do, barring them trading a player, which why at this point would you trade a player from a roster that just won the Super Bowl and has the chemistry and the culture that exactly what Mike McDonald wants? Barring those two things, it looks like they're going to end up with 4 picks. 49451, it's coming Dodge text line. What do you want them to do with these last 3 picks? Chris, what do you want them to do with these last 3 picks?
I think now's the opportunity to take a big man, D-line. You can go probably get edge. I would recommend that. Make sure that's exactly where you want it to be because last season, 4-man rush and pressure. That was Mike McDonald's specialty. Didn't need to blitz. Did not need to blitz at all. So if they can keep that going by bringing in another young edge rusher, I think that'd be perfect. And then you got to get a corner. You'll probably end up with 2 maybe 2 edge rushers and a corner or 2 corners and 1 edge rusher. Either or, I think that's kind of the boat they're in now, or maybe even a safety if you want. So a DB, let's just narrow it down. You can get a cornerback and a safety and an edge. I think that would be good for the Seahawks. Tighten up that defense because right now you found your running back, great. Now let's see if you can fill some holes in the secondary, get some competition going, see who wins that job. You got Josh Jobe who's going to start. Tyler Cotter's probably going to get an opportunity to start as well. So what does that other corner spot look like? Devin Witherspoon, he plays nickel. Could he actually now just be a strict corner? So there's a lot of room and growth there. Nehemiah Pritchett, a guy that's going into, I believe, his 4th season now, is it? 3rd? So he's going to his 3rd season. So this is an opportunity for him to prove that he is ready for it. But I would imagine they're going to go DB and edge for their next 3 picks.
Pritchett's going to have a big say in how much, if he's the 3rd in the rotation. It seems like McDonald wants to run it back with the rotation of corners, some playing inside, some playing out, some blitzing, run support guys, moving Witherspoon in and out. And I believe cornerback is their next pick. What's interesting about yesterday's first round of the cornerbacks, they've been pushed down. The top ones have been pushed down. Colton Hood didn't get selected out of Tennessee. Most people thought he was a first-round pick. Jamal McCoy, we talked about him yesterday with the potential for a second knee surgery. That scared a lot of teams off. A lot of people think he's a top 12 talent, but not drafted. He's still available until round 2 with medical questions. The only 2 cornerbacks taken yesterday, Mansour Delane was taken relatively higher than some people thought, but that shows the value of the position. And he was the first cornerback taken, and they went a long time. I mean, Delane went 6th to the Chiefs after they traded up with the Browns. And then Chris Johnson, San Diego State, 27. They went 21 picks between corners. Only 2 corners went yesterday. So my guy, I've been talking about it for a while, is still absolutely in play here. Brandon Cece from South Carolina, the cornerback. Because Hood hasn't been taken, because McCoy hasn't been taken, because a lot of these other corners haven't been taken, that's pushing CC down toward the Seahawks. Down to 64, that's a trick. I don't know.
He ain't lasting that long.
A lot of people don't think so.
What do you think?
I have him mocked in the beginning of this draft to be lasting that long.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
That's somewhat wishful thinking, I believe, but the fact that the draft has broken the way it has helps the possibility of them doing that. I agree with you on edge rusher. I think that is a priority for McDonald to stack as many of those dudes as he can. He wants multiplicity. He wants waves. He wants freshness. Remember, they lost Boye Mafe to the $20 million a year deal from Cincinnati last month in free agency. People are not realizing that Derek Hall is suddenly in the last year of his contract. And re-upping second contracts for edge rushers is very expensive. Very expensive. And
as you just saw.
Yes, thank
Boye
you.
Mafe is a great example.
$20 million a year for Boye Mafe, who couldn't even stay on the field for 3 downs with this team.
Yeah, he's going to be the number 1 guy over there, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah, he's the new
He went from, you get in there, we need you to finish, but you get there, and now it's like, oh, I am the guy.
Yeah, it's the new Hendrickson in Cincinnati all of a sudden. But that shows you how much cost that. So that's not a sure slam dunk that Derek Hall is going to be back next year. So I do think edge rusher is a priority. maybe that is the next pick off the board, but they've lost their buying power to move up in the second round and have a higher pick than 64. I still got Big Citrus on my. I love that nickname for Dominique Orange.
Speaking of names, Big Citrus. There you
Big
go.
Citrus. You talk about loyalty, Chris, and what Jadarian Price did to stay at Notre Dame as a backup to Jeremiah Love. Listen to what Big Orange, Dominic Orange, Big Citrus, 370-plus pounds, that's probably being generous. He is a man-eating nose tackle. He doesn't rush the passer much. He didn't have many sacks at Iowa State. He just devoured ball carriers and run blockers. He stayed in Ames, Iowa. He's from North Kansas City, Missouri, Dominic Orange, and he stayed all 4 years and played all his seasons at Iowa State, even though he says he was offered millions of dollars to go elsewhere. And he stays in Ames, Iowa. I am from the Midwest, Chris. Iowa City, beautiful campus with the University of Iowa. Ames, Iowa, not so much. A lot of silos in Ames, Iowa. So for him to stay and the loyalty for that, you can bet the Seahawks are aware of Dominic Orange. I have them marked to pick him in the third round, the bottom of the third round today.
It might be your day, Greg. It might be your day.
I don't know. You end up rooting for guys when you hear their backstories like that. Oh, Big Sid, that'd be somebody fun to cover. Up next, what in the name of John Hadle was going on in the Rams and the quarterback situation yesterday? Sean McVay wants to know that. I wish we could show on radio what Sean McVay looked like after they picked Ty Simpson. You'll hear from Sean McVay. We'll explain that situation next. 11 o'clock, the high school coach for Jadarian Price from Denison, Texas, will join us live on the phone from North Texas. Tons more to come here on a draft day 2 on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Happy Friday to you. Beautiful day here in the Pacific Northwest. Day 2 of the NFL Draft. Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame, the Seahawks' #1 pick, 32nd overall. Last night, the Seahawks have 2 picks in the draft, 64 and 96. Second round begins at pick 33 at 4 p.m. Seahawks time to draft, probably around 6 o'clock or so tonight. And then round 3, probably around 8 o'clock or so. The end of round 3 at 96. Did you catch what happened yesterday between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh? The Steelers are on the phone talking to Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC, to make him the 20th pick in the draft. After the Rams, everyone thought the Rams were going to take him, and they didn't. They took Ty Simpson. We'll talk about that in a second. While on the phone with the Steelers, who were saying, we're about to pick you here at 20, we're just calling you, the Eagles made a trade and jumped in front of the Steelers and took Lemon. This is how it went down, what it sounded like.
Here's what it looked like from the player's point of view before we discuss.
Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. Hey, why Philly color? Yeah. Oh, Philly just traded for you. Hello? This is Philly. They just traded for you. Philly's picking you right now.
That was Mekhi Lemon's agent. He was on the phone with the Steelers, and he said, why is Philly calling me? And his agent goes, they just took you. They just traded up and took you. So and when you watch it on the video, he just left. He just left the Steelers, just hung them out, didn't say goodbye or anything. Then he just hung up on him, and he talked to the Eagles, and now he's a Philadelphia Eagle. Another human story. The guy's dream coming true with whiplash, thinking he's in the AFC. Aaron Rodgers might be his next quarterback, and whips. Oh, now I'm in Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts. Okay. That was on one coast. Then the other coast, 7 picks earlier. Let's set the scene here. First of all, Sean McVay, the Rams coach, tight with Matthew Stafford. Tight. Was very instrumental in getting Stafford from the Detroit Lions and won a Super Bowl together with. That move got the Rams a Super Bowl a few years ago. And at 38 years old with the back issues, Sean McVay has basically told Matthew Stafford, you play as long as you want. You can play till you're 60. As long as you want to, Matthew Stafford, you're our guy. The general manager for the Rams, Les Snead, is a native of Alabama. One of his good friends is Ty Simpson's dad, who's a college coach at University of Tennessee Martin. And Les Snead last night picked Ty Simpson, his buddy's son. I wish I could convey over radio the visuals of Sean McVay as Les Snead was talking about to the media about this pick last night. But I think we have the audio of what Sean, you can just tell. Sean McVay was saying this with his hand, he was seated with his hands in his pocket, leaning back, ticked. He's usually very colorful, very outspoken and glib. This is what Sean McVay sounded like last night when reporters were asking, first of all, did you talk to Matthew Stafford about picking his replacement, Ty Simpson?
The thing you liked about the body of work is, let's make one thing clear. This is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So it made it an easier evaluation to be able to kind of say, all right, what would that look like if you did translate it to our level? But there was a lot of players that we liked.
That was a question of what do you like about Ty Simpson? There were a lot of players that we liked. He was also asked, did you talk to Matthew Stafford? He said, I did. What'd you tell him? I'm going to leave that to ourselves. And literally, there was smoke coming out of his ears. He was so upset because at 13, the Rams don't pick at 13, Chris. They trade away their first-round pick usually. But they don't usually. They got this one, and you would think, okay, Matthew Stafford's 38. You have a rare opportunity to pick at 13. Let's get a top wide receiver, maybe an offensive lineman, give some weapons to Stafford, and let's run. Let's make a final push here before he can't play anymore.
Yeah. Kind of shocking. And then, I understood it, but also like, if you want to win it all, you could have easily gotten Mekhi Lemon. He was there. He was available.
Yes.
And that's what I thought they were going to do. Add him to that nasty duo of Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. They lost Tutu Atwell, who was kind of their, hey, we just throw it up and he comes down with it. He got hurt last year, obviously, so he didn't get a lot of playing time. But I thought Mekhi Lemon would have been like, oh, my gosh, Seahawks are going to have fun with this.
Right.
You know, it'd be a great game yet again because they brought in a really good wide receiver that can do a little bit of everything, and then they're looking for the future and quarterback. And I don't know if
layaway.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not starting this year.
Yeah.
He's a layaway plan. Layaway plans you do second, third round.
So is that their fourth quarterback now on the roster?
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo's still around. He mentioned Stetson.
So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't know.
Stetson Bennett is currently their backup. He's a veteran. He's 28 years old.
How do you think that conversation went between those two? Did it last a few hours of him just Sean McVay like, why would you like the process? Sure, but we have 3 quarterbacks, and you. Yeah, I don't.
But layaway pick, maybe 32nd, maybe second, third round. Maybe if you just won the Super Bowl, you pick a layaway quarterback. But still, you pick your long-term replacement quarterback when you're in that situation. Not 13th.
Next year's the better draft. You could have waited.
Right. He's not going to play anyway.
He's really not going to play. You would need 3 quarterbacks to get hurt, literally.
They could have gotten Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, the number 1 rated tight end from Oregon. They could have gotten Casey Concepcion, who went 24th to the Browns.
Oh, man.
They could have gotten Mekhi Lemon, backyard USC guy that everyone thought they were going to take anyway. What's who I talking?
Could have added to their nasty D-line and just, I don't know, a bunch of things they could have done. Linebacker.
Offensive tackle, Blake Miller, Rodriguez. The best guard, Vega Ione. He could have had him.
Let's just say this could be Sean McVay's last 2 seasons.
Yes.
1 or 2 seasons. Like, I don't know how long he wants to put up with. I got 4 years of this kid, assuming Jimmy G retires. You know, Stetson never works out. Matthews out.
He's looking at Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson as his future post Matthew Stafford.
Doesn't scream a lot of wins coming out of there.
See ya. He's going to go on the same train and same plane out of LAX as Stafford.
Yeah, the writing might be on the wall for that.
I mean,
like you have to win it all next year.
Yeah, you do.
There's just no way. You don't want to lose and then come back and be like, well, Matthew, we.
But it would have been a little easier had they gotten another weapon or two at the 13 for.
Yeah, how much does Devontae have left after this upcoming
He's in the
season?
last year of his contract. He's 34 years old.
He's my age. Good God. Playing football that long, that's tough.
It was a lot of people in Seattle probably chuckling, but the Ty Simpson pick was somewhat of a trickle-down effect of the Seahawks not being able to trade down and why they were going to end up probably with 4 picks at the end of the weekend. But if you haven't seen it, go to the video of Sean McVay's reaction to Ty Simpson.
It's been retweeted on the KJR account.
Thank you. It's hard to see steam coming out of someone's ears visually, but you can see it coming out of his ears. Up next, we're going to North Texas. The high school coach for Jadarian Price, the new Seahawks running back, the first-round pick, Brett Whitson will talk to us on the phone from North Texas, thanks to Christopher Kidd. Coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM. KJR.com is family, F-A-M-I-L-Y, not fam, family. You got to spell the whole word out. Enter that at 93.3KJR.com for your chance to win $1,000. We're trying to get on the phone Jadarian Price. Jadarian Price's high school coach in North Texas, who may have had an eventful evening last night.
Yeah, I called him. It was 9 o'clock, so 11 o'clock in Texas. He picked up, said, "I'm sorry for calling you so late, Coach. Would you be free tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard, 1 Central?" "Oh, yeah, I should be able to do that. No problem." And I left him the voicemail. So hopefully he's able to get back to us and he can join. So
magic of live radio. Brett Winston is his name. He was Jadarian Price's high school coach in Denison, Texas. He was his coach for 1 year, his final year. He replaced a longtime legend there. And he knows the backstory of Jadarian Price. If you missed it at the top of the show, Jadarian Price's why is his mother, who had breast cancer when Price was 12 years old. And throughout middle school into high school, Price, was taking care of his younger sisters. When his mother was diagnosed, he was 12 years old and his younger sisters were 10 and 6. He cooked and tended for them, made sure they got to school, got their schoolwork done, while he himself did the same thing. Growing up fast, the father was out of the picture. Mother had him when she was 17 years old. That's the why. He said, "Mom's my rock." Well, Brett Winston, the coach at Denison High School in Texas, knows all about that. He knows exactly the background. He saw it. He was there. He was there when Price was an all-district running back, rushing for 55 touchdowns in 2 seasons, getting a scholarship to Notre Dame. He was there when Price blew out his Achilles as a freshman at Notre Dame. He was there with Price and supporting Price when Price was a backup for 3 years to Jeremiah Love, who was the 3rd pick in yesterday's draft. It's not like Price wasn't good. He wasn't as good as Love, who was the 3rd pick in the entire draft yesterday. And we talked about how important it was to the Seahawks, to Mike McDonald, to his culture that he's built in this locker room, that Jadarian Price stayed all his years at Notre Dame, through the Achilles, through being a backup. I mean, there are many dudes, Chris, who get drafted in the 1st round who's a backup through their senior season. I mean, that's unheard of, especially in this day and age, the NIL and transfer portal. There are backups. There are freshmen who never play who get offers to go somewhere else for money. Because teams just throw money around whether the kid has played or hasn't played.
Yeah, good for him for staying true to himself, right? And being able to understand that, yeah, he might not be starting there at Notre Dame, but he didn't just flee to the next team that was going to give him money and an opportunity to start, because he felt value, whether it be the coaching staff, his teammates. He felt like home. It was perfect for him. It was a good fit. Again, he might not be a starter, but now look at him. He has an opportunity to be said starter at the next level, which is huge. He's one of 31 other running backs that are starters in this league. That's pretty impressive. Not to mention, as you stated, he wasn't starting at Notre Dame, but there was enough information, and when you go and looked at his tape, that you said, you know what? He could be a starter at the next level. And the right fit, it might be the Seattle Seahawks with that offensive line that's gotten better over this past season. They have a good quarterback in Sam Darnold, and they have an elite defense. So you get him in the right situation, this could really work out for Jadarian. And if he went to let's say, I don't know, Auburn or something, and was a starting running back and was a star, you get drafted to a team that's not as well suited. Maybe like the Arizona Cardinals, who I just come to find out, they had the wrong number for their draft pick in Jeremiah Love. Who would have thought of that? Only the Arizona Cardinals could have such a thing happen. Having the wrong number for the kid.
The wrong phone number?
Yeah, and calling up Greg and like, hey, we got you with the 3rd overall pick. And Greg's like, yeah, I'm actually a reporter, but that's kind of you. Thanks.
If you can pull it up, he had an answer. I will read it verbatim. I'd rather hear from his voice from the press conference. Price yesterday talking about his decision to stay at Notre Dame. It's about midway through the press conference, and we could play it. And he talked about how his heart was to stay at Notre Dame and he wanted the challenge to be behind Love. He also said, Price did, that he's bread and butter is outside zone. That's what he loves. He loves one cut and go. He loves the seal and the block outside the tackle and to make the guy miss at the second level. It's like Mike McDonald was talking through his ear when he was talking about that, because it's exactly what they're going to do on offense, what they did on offense last year when they retooled it to outside zone, the one cut and go, which is what Kenneth Walker was really good at. And there is something of a game-breaking ability that Price that you had in Kenneth Walker as well, from the middle of the field, not just the goal line. And he's going to get every opportunity. He's the only running back now of 7 that they have, the only halfback who's got a contract when he signs it. He's got a contract beyond this year. He's got a 4-year deal as every draft pick gets. So Jadarian Price from Denison, Texas. We talked about his background. Brett Winston knows it better than any of us. He was his high school coach at Denison High School in Texas. The coach joins us live on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline from North Texas on 93.3 KJR FM. Good morning, Coach. Thank you very much for joining us here in Seattle.
Good morning. Excited about JD.
JD, we already have been told that's what the cool kids call him. And Coach,
that's right. That's right. And his name is pronounced Jadarian.
Yes, sir.
So, and he's so humble he would never correct you. So I want to make sure that that you guys get it right the first time.
Yes, sir. We were informed of that, and we will keep working on that. We will keep working on that. Thank you for that. Now, I have detail. I wrote about it for the News Tribune last night. I detail at the top of our show his upbringing and the fact that his mother is his rock. And you know that more than I do. Can you talk about
Absolutely.
Can you talk about the influence his mother and what Jadarian had to do taking care of his daughters growing up and in through high school was on him?
Yeah, you know, the single mom thing is I mean that's a daily
yes it is.
You know, fact of our life, especially in the high school coaching business. But I don't know that I've had very many like Jadarian's mom. She is a lioness, fiercely protective of her kid, but has held him absolutely accountable. You know, he's a good kid is the most overused phrase in education, but because you know we tend to use it as a get out of this situation type of thing. But when you're talking about that with Jadarian, a lot of that comes back to mom and to come back to the family he has here. His little sisters. You know, his role in watching over them, protecting them, holding them accountable was one of the most amazing things I got to see. I inherited JD. You know, I didn't raise him as a coach. I coached him for 1 year, and I make the joke that Chad Rogers, who was the head coach there before me, handed me an Escalade and said, you know, just don't scratch it up. And that's kind of what we tried to do.
You mentioned him watching over his sisters. Did you ever have to make accommodations for the football part of that? But I know his mother had beaten breast cancer and gotten a clear diagnosis by that point. But was there anything that he was maybe beyond the average high school football player doing outside of football, the family?
He was beyond the average high school football player outside there in a lot of ways. One, first and foremost, scholastically. I mean, he's not just one of these. You know, he didn't get into Notre Dame because of his 40 time. You know, he got into that Notre Dame because he's a great football player and because he qualified academically if he had 2 left feet. But his outside of football in his church and taking care of his sisters, he never asked for a single accommodation in any way, not of anything. I think the only accommodation he asked of Denison Independent School District ever was to help him in his efforts to graduate early so he could get to Notre Dame in January. And that was done. And he worked very, very closely with the campus administration and with the assistant superintendent in charge of those things. But he did all the things it took to get it done. He didn't ask somebody to do it for him.
On the field, all district running back as a junior and a senior for you, your senior year at Denison High School. Can you describe his explosiveness? He talked to us about how he loves to be one cut and go outside zone. Did you see there that, wow, I'm coaching a potential future NFL first-round pick?
Always felt like he would be because I knew he would do the things it took. The only time I ever got scared about that was when he went to Notre Dame and tore the Achilles in the spring of his that first spring there. Of course, that was after he took a screen pass in the spring game about third play and went 80-something yards with it. So you knew, all the things we'd ever seen him do. He is he's like all great running backs, great low center of gravity and great lower body strength, but he goes 0 to 60 as fast as anybody I've ever seen, much less coached. And then you'll see his video. I'm sure you guys have watched tons of it. Watch the number of times he absorbs 25% of a lick. 25 a guy's coming to plow him, and JD has that knack of only catching a quarter of the guy, and that's how JD has turned. And watch his kickoff returns. He sees a gap and goes, and then he shimmies or slips that one bit of contact and is right back up to full speed again. Just incredible vision. Great hands. He'd be a great slot receiver, and I think that's kind of what they played with doing in Notre Dame for a little while until they figured out he was indeed a running back.
This is the voice of Coach Brett Whitston, who was kind enough to join us the day after. I assume you were there, or at least part of the celebration for Jadarian Price getting drafted the 32nd in the first round to the Seahawks. He's joining us from North Texas on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline on 93.3 KJR FM.
What kind of teammate and or leader was he his senior season, and how might that impact a professional locker room like the Seahawks?
He'll assimilate very quickly because he is not a me first, look at me kind of guy. I mean, he was a great teammate, and he was the best football player in North Texas. I'm not not just at Denison High School, in our district, all state, all district, and he was that as his junior and senior. But I never, ever saw him peacock one bit. Never, ever. He was so humble and a great friend. And he's still on a daily telephone call and a text chain with 5 or 6 of his teammates. And I know that because my defensive coordinator is one of those kids on that text chain. And so that's how we kind of keep up with Jadarian when he's not in town. He was a genuine friend, so admired by faculty. I mean, I keep waiting. I keep thinking I'll think of a wart, but he didn't have any. He's just a guy that he's everything that you picture when you try to draw that ideal student athlete.
When Jadarian came back from Notre Dame, maybe after his freshman year in the Achilles, or even at the end of his 3 seasons backing up Jeremiah Love, what did you notice about him as a man and as a player?
One, he was very mature 18-year-old. He's a really mature 21-year-old. He'd never had any money. He didn't have any money. I mean, their family didn't have any money, and NIL and the things that college football gives them an opportunity to do now. I'm really proud of how he's assumed the responsibility of managing that and helping family with it, mom, but having some real pride and some self-worth about the ability to do that. The other thing I noticed is that his chest got really, really wide and really, really big. I mean, he got in the weight room and got after it. The physical differences when he came back were startling. It gave me a real new appreciation. My son played college football, and I didn't see the changes in him over 4 years that I saw in 5 months with JD. Training table, reliable 3 per day, and then the ability to get in the weight room to the volume those guys do. He ate it up.
You mentioned the physical development. He said he weighed 203 at the combine, which was what the league measured him at, and he said that was light for him. He plays around 210, wants to play at 210 for the Seahawks. What was his growth from high school? What did he play for you roughly as a senior at Denison High School and up to 203, 210 at Notre Dame?
It was mid to high 180s.
Yeah.
Like when he'd be running track, he would get down and weigh 182 or 83. That first spring when I came in his junior year, I was actually kind of surprised at how slight he looked. And because I watched him work in the weight room, I thought, golly, take your shirt off. Let me see what you got here. And he was pretty slight. By the time he graduated, by the time he left in January of 22, again, I remember his program weight being 187, but of course, I was 6'2" when I was in the program when I was in high school, so I don't know that. Well, I don't know how much credibility there is in that, but pretty solid that he put on good 15 pounds of muscle in that first 8 to 9 months he was at South Bend.
When you look back at it, Coach, and you look at that senior season that he had with you, is there a specific game or even a moment where you felt, man, this young kid is very special?
Well, I mean, the very first one I got to coach him at, and it's the most overblown thing in the world, but the battle of the axe between Sherman and Denison. JD went for, I think, 235 and busted the thing open at the end of the first half with 2 60-plus runs. And that was because you're in preseason practices and you scrimmage somebody. I didn't want him to touch the ball in a scrimmage, but then when we got to let him go, That was the first moment where I thought that I was going to be responsible for, keeping something very, very special on the field as much as we could and productive. And then about 3/4 the year through his senior year, he went for 325 against one of the Frisco schools. And it was the most effortless 325 you've ever seen in your life. You went back after the ball game and you look at the stat sheet and you go, he did what? Yeah, you just didn't remember. You got where you took for granted this 12-yard run and this 14-yard run because you remembered the 35 and the 50. It's just a guy that makes the game look so easy. But there were a lot of guys last night that got their name called that make the game look easy. I just got to witness one in person.
Coach Brett Winston, did you give him the ball 30, 40 times? Did you have a governor on him? Did you not need to because he was galloping for 300 on 10 carries? What kind of bell cow was he for you?
Early in the year, we did kind of put a pitch count on him. And as the year went on and he asked for it more and more, what we did was we took care of that with kind of rationing his practice reps so that Friday he would be, he never asked out. He was not, he would have been dragging a leg and wouldn't have missed practice. He's going to be out there with us because that was, that's a teammate thing. But as we got late in the year, I think that Liberty ball game that he went for 325, I want to say he had 28 carries. I know we went to Ennis in our playoff game, and I think he had 34, 35 carries. So as we got late in the year, it's kind of like you hear all these great backs that they get better in the second half. Well, he got more opportunities. The thing that nobody talked about at that time was that, he carried it, I think 34 times against Ennis, but he had 6 catches too, so, and would step up and plant somebody in pass protection. So physicality's never been a problem for him.
Coach Brett Winston, Jadarian Price's high school coach in Denison, Texas, on the Red River across the Oklahoma border, North Texas. If you could give one attribute, one thing that you want Seahawks in the Pacific Northwest to know about their new running back, the greatest trait, the greatest anecdote, the thing you would love people to know out here when they get to know him, what would you say about Jadarian Price?
Probably, I'm just going to say he's the most honorable young man I ever coached. From a standpoint, all the things that you ask the good players and the great people that come out of your program to be, he did them all, and he did them with honor, and he never did them with a look at me attitude. He's just honorable is that's the word that's always come to mind with him.
The world needs a few more of those. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
You guys will love him in Seattle.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you for coming on with us. Greatly appreciated. I guess you should probably be getting a shipment from the Seahawks headquarters and getting some Seahawks gear down there.
I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting for some swag.
That's probably on its way. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Be well. Coach Brett Winston, Jadarian Price's high school coach in Denison, Texas. He's now moved on to another school, but he was the senior year coach. He inherited him, as he said, arrived junior year spring. Interesting, he said that Jadarian Price graduated early from high school amid all of what was going on with his mother battling cancer and beating it, with Price helping raise his younger sisters. Through all of that, he graduated high school early and entered Notre Dame, as a lot of big school programs do. They like to get their top recruits on campus as soon as possible, January, at the end of the semester of senior year of high school, so they can get a head start on spring practice. Well, he did that. And not only did he did that, and then he rips out his Achilles. And then he missed his whole freshman year, stayed at Notre Dame, as we said. People are asking on the text line, the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Yes, he did graduate. He graduated before the end of his playing career. So he is not just a football player or a jock. And you heard his coach just mention, his high school coach, say how everything he does is honorable, the most honorable young man I've ever coached. And coaches in Texas, they tend to coach for a long time with coaching a lot of young men.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
Yeah, now he's an AD, so good for him. But, yeah, it was funny when he called back. He was like, I am so sorry, man. I was in a meeting. You talked to me last night, and my bad. Who's this Seattle number blowing me up, So I just kept blowing you off. And then I was like, oh, shoot, I completely forgot. And he called me while we were talking, and he was like, I'm so sorry, man. I'm in a meeting. Blowing me up. I'm like, oh, it's all good, coach. I know you're a busy man. That's why I called you to reconfirm, and it's all good. So, yeah, he's a busy guy. But yeah, that was cool that he spent some time on the show talking about JD. So it sounds like the Seahawks got a gym, as they always do, right?
As they tend to do with the character guys. That's their impetus, their MO. And they certainly seem to have gotten one in Jadarian Price. Coach Brett Whitston, if you missed that interview with us, go to the iHeartRadio app, 93.3 KJR. Chris is going to post it on the podcast page on our 933kjr.com website. You can catch what it is. And if you missed the backstory to his mother, we let off the show with it. It's unique. It makes you appreciate his path, and they all have one. His is quite unique. Up next, your chance to be a part of the show, 49451. How you feel about the Seahawks' newest running back, #1 draft pick, where you want him to go today, tomorrow, the rest of the draft, only 3 picks remaining over the final 6 rounds. We'll talk tons more as you guys and gals are the part of the show next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Greg Bell and Christopher Kidd on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
You heard the World Cup there. We're going to have some stuff surrounding the World Cup. We'll announce that soon. But, yeah, you're going to hear some World Cup on our airwaves this summer. In June, the world's biggest sporting event comes to Seattle for games, matches, first-round matches, and quarterfinal matches, round of 16 at Lumen Field. You know what the music means? It's time to be turning our Tacoma Dodge text line over to you. Your chance to be a part of the show at 49451.
You guys spoke about the 8 minutes. Well, you know what? The 8 minutes didn't matter to the viewers, and that's from the 253. Probably not, I would guess. I wouldn't know. Actually, it does matter to me because I'm not trying to sit up there and be like, 10 minutes to make a pick? Are you kidding me? 10 minutes? That's a long time.
Yeah.
It's always 8, but whatever.
And everyone uses all 10 minutes because you're waiting to fetch potential draft or trade options at the last second.
Yes. Did you have one great that you wanted to go through?
509 says, OMG, a young man that values education with an exclamation point. 360, did Price graduate? Maybe he stayed to get the education. A Notre Dame degree is pretty impressive and valuable. Yes, yes, and yes. He did stay to get his degree, and a Notre Dame education is valuable. And as you heard his coach, Brett Winston, tell us from North Texas just a moment ago, he didn't get in because just of his 40 time or the fact that he ran 325 yards in games his senior year. He got in because of his academics. And you don't get into Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame's still big-time football, but you still have to clear the academic piece to get into the program and to graduate when he did. He got in early. He enrolled early as a January enrollee as a freshman to get the spring practice for Notre Dame early.
From the 253, you guys are missing the point by taking a quarterback. The Rams messed up the Seahawks from trading down. Great strategy.
Yeah, we talked about that. I wrote it last night, the News Tribune. The Seahawks were, I don't know if counting on what we're expecting Simpson to be at 32 to facilitate more teams, quarterback-needy teams coming up from the second round back into the first. The Arizona Cardinals was the team that was the most predicted to do just that. There were others, but then once Simpson left at 13 to the Rams, much to Sean McVay's dismay, that piece, that made John Schneider's job more difficult. He was going to have to go out and sell pushing back from 32 and trading down, and no buyers. The 6 trades right in front of him evaporated the market, and that's why the Seahawks didn't trade back. I'm convinced that they wanted Price, but in the second round. They were going to trade down. They were going to get a 4th-round pick, say pick 7, 8, 9, 10 into the second round and still get Price.
From the 253, the remaining 3 picks should be all on defense. Depth, depth, depth. Bolster a unit that's already elite. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think they're going defense. I think edge, corner, maybe in a safety like you talked about post Kobe Bryant. And defensive tackle, big citrus, Dominic Orange.
Greg's favorite guy.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him now. I'm on his train. 370-plus pound guy who stayed 4 years at Ames, Iowa, and turned down millions to leave. Ames, Iowa. If you haven't been to Ames, Iowa, man, and you stay 4 years and turn down millions of dollars, you got something, character. There's some good stuff and loyalty going on there.
Yes. From the 425, Greg, you did ask the question about where should the Seahawks go next. 425 says easy. Just hit on the next 3 picks. Cornerback, edge, and maybe O-line. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you're 425. You're not a big fan of Anthony Bradford based on that O-line selection. But, hey, I understand. I get it.
I'm predicting the Seahawks in the 6th round tomorrow take Inez Cooper, the starting right guard for 4 years at the University of Miami.
Ooh.
Anthony Bradford is in his final year of his contract this year.
That is true. Okay. All right. Let me write that down. Greg's prediction.
206. Jadarian Price. This backstory of his mom, cancer, then beating it, of him taking care of his 10 and 6-year-old sisters, of his aunts, uncles, grandparents, going to all these chemotherapy sessions. This is the stuff we want to hear. And the call from Snyder and McDonald welcome him. Great journalism, the heartbeat of these players for the Seahawks. Thanks. Thanks, Stan from Seattle. That's exactly what I'm trying to get to and to share with all of you. We all see the players on television. We all know by reading their stats and their draft capsules who they are on the field and the 40-yard dash times. Who are they as people? How'd they get here? What's their story? And when I meet players for the first time in any sport, and even in college when I worked at the University of Washington for 5 years, I asked them, how'd you get here? What's your why? And they love talking about it because they all have a unique story. And it's their own. And they owned it. And a lot of them, let's face it, a lot of them have stories of fractured homes, as his coach, Brent Whitson, said to us. It's a fact of life. 60% of America have divorce rate in this country, have divorces. That's a divorce rate in this country. And so a single mom raising, there's a story there. And the inspiration in a young man who is motivated by his mother, that's a story. And what did your mom, how did she motivate you? That's a story. My mom's 90 years old. She has heavy dementia. She lives in suburban Detroit near my twin sister. My twin sister's close to her. She can help take care of her. She's in a memory care facility. She doesn't know who I am. I go back all the time. I go back a couple times a year. I'm more like 6, 7, 8 times a year. And she doesn't know who I am. And when you have memories of your mom and memories of your dad or any of your parents and the family members, and when they're gone, and those memories, and it's cool. It's cool to hear their backstories, and it was really cool last night to hear Jadarian Price, how much he respects and admires and is motivated and inspired by his mother for what she got through having breast cancer when he was 12 years old. It's, to me, that's the essence of sports writing. It's not about the sports, it's about the people. I do my best in my career and here at KJR to bring you the story of who these people are as people. You know them as players. You see them all the time. You have the helmets and shoulder pads on, batting helmets and gloves. But who are they as people? And I hope if I'm successful in doing that at all, I feel like I did my job.
From the 425, I thought it was so cool before Pittsburgh picked that they had a hype video and played Renegade.
Yeah.
How cool for their fan base. This is why I think the draft should rotate around all 32 teams. I know the NFL wants to make money, but I think it's a way for them to give back to the fan base and show them they value them. Was picturing what it would be like to have the draft here in Seattle. What song would they play? Bittersweet Symphony?
Oh, I hope not. Why? That is such a bad song for a football environment, isn't it? It's like you're down at Benaroya Hall or something. How about Nirvana? Well, I guess the Kraken have cornered the market on that.
Hey,
Pearl Jam?
Show some love here, Kraken. It's all right. We're trying to hype up the fan base in Seattle for the draft.
Pearl Jam?
Maybe Jimi Hendrix?
Death Cab? Jimi Hendrix.
That would be...
Yeah.
Trying to find a song that would spin well for that, but I'm sure they could find something. But you're not in on Symphony, huh? You're out.
It's just so odd when the Seahawks come out. They're the crescendo of a week of anticipation waiting for this game. Football, gladiators. And you get Bittersweet Symphony and these violins playing. Seriously. It's like we're going to a recital. I mean, can they find nothing else? I think I know the Genesis. I've heard one time the backstory of why it's that, but come on. Hendrix is great. A legend here.
Yeah.
Those of you that
I'm
are
sure
under
we
30.
could come up with the song for sure if
anything.
the draft was here.
Oh,
but okay, fair enough.
Let me think about that one for a minute. That's a good one.
425, last one for me. Mohammed or Pons at 64? What do you think about those two, Greg?
I'm hesitating. Brandon Cece is what I'm thinking about.
That was quick.
I'm stuck on him.
It's okay.
As soon as their position coach at South Carolina said that he knows all 11 players on defense's responsibilities for every play in the playbook, I said, aha, that's Mike McDonald all over it. Not to mention the fact that he's a great run stopper, plays inside and outside out corner, could give multiplicity in McDonald's defense, and Woolen just left for Philadelphia. That's who I'd pick at 64. The question is, will he be available? And then I'm going to keep pounding it. Big Citrus round 3 tonight. I will be a happy man if Dominic Orange, Big Citrus from North Kansas City and Iowa State, Ames, Iowa, turned down millions to stay among the silos of Ames, Iowa, Northeast Iowa. If he comes to Seattle, I will have a few more things to write about for sure. The loyalty of that. I like your Jimi Hendrix idea for it. Well, do we want the draft in Seattle, though?
I'm selfish. I really don't care for the traffic. So I will vote negative, but I guess that wouldn't... sure, have it in Seattle. A purple sheet. Can I produce from home? Do the show from the crib? Is that something you can make work? It's 2026. Well, by the draft, 2030. How about that? 4 years from now.
Speaking of purple sheet, how about Hendrix Purple Haze as a backdrop to the draft?
Hey, That might be great.
All along the Watchtower, maybe?
Come on now.
And those of you under 30 need to look all this up. You don't even know who Jimi Hendrix may be. Go up to Capitol Hill, walk the sidewalk on Broadway, and you'll find out who Jimi Hendrix is. You told me I got to go now, don't you? Ian Furness is at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center way before I am because he leaves before I do. I was teasing him last night about that. He joins us next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I stayed a little later than you did last night, but not much
you
later.
did. Yeah,
Not
you
much.
did.
Not much later.
Yeah, you scribes had to finish writing your stuff. So I was at Dino's with Hugh.
Oh, of course. While you were at Dino's, I was writing about Jadarian Price's why, his mother, who was diagnosed with breast cancer. If you missed that story, go to thenewstribune.com. While you're there, subscribe, get a subscription. You can see all the stories I write about the whys of the Seahawks players. What struck you about what happened last night, sir?
Well, I thought it was there were so many things going on, but just Seahawks-centric. I thought I wanted to see a camera in the Seahawk draft room when the Rams picked at 13. And they didn't take a guy like Reuben Bain to absolutely wreak havoc on Seattle and everybody else in the NFC West, pairing him with Fisk and Verse and those guys. Instead, they took a project quarterback, and I'm assuming that, you see all those reactions in draft rooms, guys high-fiving and hugging and all happy and stuff. I bet that's what the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Cardinals were doing at that point. And then, then they get to 32, and they see, 5 of the 6 picks right directly ahead of them get moved within moments of them being on the clock. And
yep.
And they take a player that they wanted. I think that's the most important thing that's there. They did take a player that they wanted, but not where they wanted to take him, I think is the best way to put it.
Yep.
And they would never say that publicly, but the visuals of them at the table were striking, to say the very least. So, yeah, they got the player they wanted. They got a running back one. They filled the biggest need they probably had on the roster. But I think they were obviously, it just seemed certainly that they were disappointed with the fact they couldn't move down and acquire more picks.
Yeah, that's a good point, is that they wanted Price. They thought they could get him in the second round plus gain a 4th-round pick and trading down and doing so. And I don't think they meant to do it. It probably wasn't the first thing to do, but the 49ers screwed them. And the Rams indirectly screwed them too.
Well, and you know what? That's not just us saying that. It's I think Anders or Jackson, when they were running the show for us back at the studios last night, they counted it 4 different times. Schneider brought up the fact that that's what that they wanted to move down. So it's his words that we're interpreting there, and then also just the body language, the demeanor. But yeah, listen. Take that aside. They got the guy they wanted. They got a player they wanted. Ideally, you accumulate more draft picks, and ideally, I guess the thing, I don't know, Greg. I mean, we've all been doing this for a long time. The whole, did you get the value for the guy and all that? Listen, and we'll use the Rams. If they really wanted Ty Simpson, which I think is really debatable, but if they really, I think one of them did. I don't think the two of them did.
Right.
Although Jeremy Fowler. I'll tell you, man, it's a bad time to be a national media person in the NFL. I don't know what these men and women can do, but I look at things so differently now. He just said a tweet and wrote a story today. I'm going sideways here for a second, but inside the Rams' decision to select Ty Simpson at number 13.
Because he was in the room.
If Simpson was there, they were taking him. Okay, great. You cannot convince me that Sean McVay wanted that guy.
No.
There's no chance you can convince me of that.
No.
But you're going to, because you're in there and you're going to parrot them and do as you're told, much like, Vrabel did what, told Rossini stuff and on and on and on. But, if they want, if Les Snead wanted him, whether it was 13 or 33, I guess he got his quarterback. I don't think the head coach wanted him. The Seahawks wanted Price, and they got him. They just got him probably earlier than they wanted to.
You, sir, are revealing a little bit of how the sausage is made with national NFL sports reporting.
No, and we've known it for a while, and I've seen so much crap over the years. It's made me sick to my stomach, and I'm glad. Honestly, the more I think about it, I'm glad it's out. I'm glad someone got caught. I'm glad someone got nailed. I really am. And I like Diana. She worked with us for a long time, but the greasy stuff that we've seen over hell, you were there. You were part of that whole thing in Carolina with Britt McHenry, right? And
I sure was.
I watched her and Josina Anderson for years. I just made me sick to my stomach.
And not just women. And not just women. I want to say that. And not just women.
But there were those that did use their looks, and not necessarily sleeping with somebody, but just cuddling up and, hey, smile. I mean, Now the guys do it a different way. They snuggle up to agents.
Well, that's my point. Is that it is rampant.
There's different ways to do it, and I get it. I don't know. It's I look at all these guys, and I just want to just get off social media, but we can't. We're not allowed to. So whatever.
I'm starting to get off it.
I don't do much. I don't do much. I'm tired of it. But yeah, hey, let's circle back. The why of Jadarian Price, pretty damn cool.
It is.
And I thought, I'm going to talk about this. I thought one of the things that jumped out at me, the word they used over and over again, the loyalty word, I thought that was really interesting dynamic. In a day and age in which players are transferring 3 or 4 times over the course of 4 or 5 years or whatever, this guy was he was what NIL or the transfer portal should be about. Like, you're playing behind the number 3 pick in the NFL draft, and you have immense talent. You should be the guy that transfers. You should be the guy that takes advantage of it, right, Craig? And instead, this dude said, I got into Notre Dame because of my academics as well as my football, and I'm sticking it out. I'm playing for Marcus Freeman. That just tells you something. And never mind all the stuff with his mom and helping raise his sisters. That just says something about this dude's character. I mean, it really does.
And now he has a Notre Dame degree.
Yeah.
There will be others. There are others on the board.
Yeah.
That tonight, Dominic Orange from Iowa State played all 4 years, turned down millions, a 370-pound nose tackle. The Seahawks have those guys high on their board, the loyalty character.
Yeah. So, I mean, I love that part of the story, and I'm just glad they got an RB1, man. I'm just glad they got that. They got that done, and we won't have to sit there and say, well, what are they going to do? Wait for the waiver or get another UDFAs or whatever that's going to be. So, anyway, yeah, good pick, just not when they wanted to, I think, is the way to look at it.
Not when, that's right.
Yeah.
What do you have going on from the Seahawks today?
We're going to check in with, we'll talk to Ross Tucker, who's part of the Westwood One broadcast here on KJR throughout the football season, the NFL on Westwood One with Monday night, Thursday night football, Sunday night football. He does all those games, and we'll check in with Ross coming up at 12:20. 1 o'clock, 1:20, Danny O'Neill will join us for his weekly visit. He wrote about running backs and how he's been wrong a few times trying to criticize Schneider for taking running back. So we'll have a good conversation with that. And then we'll head upstairs for the 2 o'clock hour to the draft room with all of us, and we'll check in. Rob Rang will join me. Normally Fridays we have Rob on the phone. Instead, we'll have him live in person, looking ahead to rounds 2 and 3 later today.
Doesn't Rob have a school teach assignment?
He's a little vacation day today.
Hiatus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, today's the day we take it off.
Ross Tucker, friend of the Army-Navy game, and he's a Princeton grad, and he also reported last night that Sean McVay has never met Ty Simpson. Simpson told him that on his show last night.
Oh, my God. So good. So good. Oh, good times. Can't wait.
I will see you out there soon. 405 traffic willing. Thank you, Ian. Ian Furness from 12 until 3. He's doing it from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. I'll see him out there when the second and third round begin, starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon. All our coverage all day, all weekend long, including with Chuck Powell and myself tomorrow at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, starting at 9 a.m. with round 4. Wall-to-wall draft coverage continues. Seahawks are Day 2, picking around probably 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight at 64th in round 2. Ian's up next. Chris and Greg, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for listening. It's great to be back. We'll talk to you Monday on 93.3 KJR FM.